Good afternoon, good evening. Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, Ambassadors, Delegates, Director General, in my capacity as outgoing President of the 72nd World Health Assembly, I am pleased to welcome you all to this virtual platform. Now let us turn to the high-level welcome. I have the pleasure of giving the floor to Madame Michelle Bocos, Director General Envoy of Multilateral Affairs, to facilitate this session. Madame Bocos, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, President. Your Excellencies, the World Health Assembly is the biggest event on the global health agenda. Each year, thousands of people, including health ministers and high-profile personalities, converge in Geneva to discuss issues of global importance, ranging from health security to universal health coverage. This year, we are meeting in a virtual platform. Nevertheless, the spirit of togetherness that characterizes the Assembly is still with us. Au nom du Directeur Général, le Dr.
In the name of the Director General, Dr. Tedros, it is my honor to welcome world leaders who have been kind enough to agree to participate in this historic de minimis assembly with us. I shall invite the first of our 8 high-level guests to make her statement as the representative of the host country. Your Excellency Simonetta Miriam Sommaruga, President of the Swiss Confederation, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President, Director General, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, Your Excellencies, delegates. The crisis that all the member states of the World Health Organization are currently going through is a major challenge for all of us. Switzerland would like to thank WHO for its commitment, its untiring commitment to tackle the pandemic. Switzerland would also like to express her warmest gratitude towards healthcare workers. They have shown unswerving dedication and courage in every corner of the world. Director General, in these very special, particular circumstances, let me assure you of the full and total support of Switzerland to the World Health Organization. Our commitment to you is based on support for multilateralism, solidarity, and international cooperation. Today, more than ever, these things are absolutely essential, and they need to be strengthened. What they do not need is to be undermined. That's why Switzerland is working to set up a coalition of countries, each of which will represent a region of the world. The purpose of this is to guarantee global universal health security with the WHO at the core of that. We need to overcome what divides and separates us in order to protect our people better. If we are to do that, we need to carry out a thorough analysis of the measures taken in and by different countries in order to strengthen the international health regulations and what we will do in the future. In the past, WHO has been able to learn lessons from the epidemics which the organization has had to deal with. I am convinced that the organization will also be able to carry out a thorough and critical review of the current crisis in order to improve its future health emergency management. For the moment, however, we must focus on managing this current crisis. WHO needs to learn from the experiences which individual countries have had, but at the same time, she must act autonomously and in a very proactive way in order to cope with health emergencies. At the same time, it's equally important to ensure that the organization has financial room for maneuver. Yet, at the moment, the organization is being funded to the tune of almost 80% of its total contributions by voluntary contributions. I think we have to ask the question, is it reasonable and is it right to demand so much from the organization and yet contribute to it in such a hit-and-miss manner? This current crisis has shown how crucial it is to have a strong, effective and universal organization which can be committed over the long term. If it is to be committed over the long term, however, it must have sustainable financing, which will enable it to independently guarantee and provide its expertise now and in the future. Director General, as we go through this crisis, be assured that you have Switzerland's full support and cooperation. All of us as member states of the World Health Organization need to be focusing on saving lives, protecting the health of our people, and providing health care to those who are sick. We can do that, but we will do it only if we act together, pooling our strength in an international framework that provided by the World Health Organization. Thank you.
Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. The Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Gutierrez, has been good enough to be with us today as well. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, thank you for this opportunity to address you on the greatest challenge of our age. The COVID-19 pandemic has demonstrated our global fragility. Despite the enormous scientific and technological advances of recent decades, a microscopic virus has brought us to our knees. We do not yet know how to eradicate, treat or vaccinate against COVID-19. And we have no clear idea when we will be able to do these things. But the fragility exposed by the virus is not limited to our health systems. It affects all areas of our world and our institutions. The fragility of coordinated global efforts is highlighted by our failed response to the climate crisis. The fragility of our nuclear disarmament regime is shown by the ever-increasing risk of proliferation. The fragility of our web protocols is laid bare by constant breaches in cybersecurity, as cyber warfare is also already happening in a lawless international environment. COVID-19 must be a wake-up call. It is time for an end of this hubris. Our deep feelings of powerlessness must lead to greater humility. Deadly global threats require a new unity and solidarity. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs,
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, we've heard a lot of expressions about solidarity, but we haven't seen very much unity in our response to COVID-19. Countries have implemented different strategies, sometimes contradictory strategies, and all of us are now paying the price for that. Many countries ignored the recommendations of the World Health Organization. Consequently, the virus has spread across the world and it's now heading for developing countries, and there its effects will be even more devastating than in the developed nations. We see an increasing risk of new peaks, new waves of infection. Since the beginning of the pandemic, the United Nations and I have been pleading for a three-stage response. First of all, a complete, full, coordinated, large-scale health response led by the WHO, emphasizing solidarity with developing countries. We need to unite our efforts to assist the most vulnerable countries and strengthen and develop further their health systems. We also have to accompany that with humanitarian measures. There is an increasingly urgent need to invest in the expansion of mental health services as well, so as to tackle the devastating psychological impact of the crisis. We have people who are grieving, who are anxious, who are depressed, who are afraid of the future, and they must be helped. We also need measures to tackle the economic and social effects of the crisis. And here, let me be crystal clear. This is not a choice between responding to the health consequences of the pandemic or responding to its economic and social consequences. We can't divide things like that. If we do not control the spread of the virus, the economy will never recover. So as we're taking health measures, we also need to take direct measures to support households and businesses and help them stay afloat. We need to focus on the most vulnerable: women, children, elderly people, the low-paid, and other vulnerable groups. That's why I have urged the G20 to look with urgency at a recovery plan which will be large-scale and which will cover at least 10% of the world's GDP. Developed countries may be able to manage this themselves, but we must give a massive increase in the resources available to support developing countries. I've also urged a strengthening of the support provided through the World Bank Group, the IMF, and other international financial institutions. Thirdly, post-COVID-19 recovery must create fairer, more inclusive, and more egalitarian economies and stronger and more resilient societies. Yes, this pandemic is an absolute tragedy, but our response to it and our reconstruction afterwards needs to put human rights at the center of whatever we do. At the same time, we must take this opportunity to tackle the climate crisis, which is still there, and to fight against inequalities as well as to plug the yawning gaps in our social protection systems. We have an opportunity to rebuild, but to rebuild something better than we had before. By focusing on the most vulnerable, we want to make sure that we have greater inclusivity, more clean energy, stronger social security systems, and all that through expanded and preferably universal health coverage. All that requires a major multilateral effort. I hope that the finding of a vaccine against this coronavirus will be a starting point, but it can only be that. We have a historic opportunity here to step up research and to reduce the inequalities in access to medical treatment and medical care. It is essential that everybody in this world, wherever he or she may be, is able to have access to medical care, and particularly if and when we get a vaccine, to that which will be a global public good. We can do that, we must do that.
Tribute to the frontline health workers who are the heroes of this pandemic. From nurses, doctors and midwives to technicians and administrators, millions of healthcare workers are putting themselves in harm's way every day to protect us. We owe them our deepest appreciation and solidarity. The entire United Nations family stands with the thousands of our colleagues of the World Health Organization who are working around the world to support member states in saving lives and protecting the vulnerable with guidance, training and essential testing, treatment and protective equipment. We thank you for your service. I saw the courage and determination of WHO personnel working to end the Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of the Congo when I visited last year. It is partly or largely thanks to their efforts in very difficult and dangerous conditions that new infections have been contained and we are counting down to the end of the Ebola outbreak. The WHO is irreplaceable. It needs enhanced resources, particularly to provide support to developing countries, which must be our greatest concern. We are as strong as the weakest health systems. Protecting the developing world is not a matter of charity or generosity, but a question of enlightened self-interest. The global north cannot defeat COVID-19 unless the global south defeats it at the same time. As I said last month, and I quote, "Once we have finally turned the page on this epidemic, there must be a time to look back fully to understand how such a disease emerged and spread its devastation so quickly across the globe, and how all those involved reacted to the crisis. The lessons learned will be essential to effectively address similar challenges as they may arise in the future. But now is not that time. Now it's a time for unity, for the international community to work together in solidarity to stop this virus and its shattering consequences." End of quote. We cannot contemplate a future of fear and insecurity. Either we get through this pandemic together or we fail. Either we stand together or we fall apart. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I shall now invite the President of South Africa and current Chairperson of the African Union, His Excellency President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, to make his statement. South Africa, can you please join us? I think we are waiting for the connection with South Africa. Just a few more seconds, and we should have South Africa online now. While we are waiting for the connection with South Africa, we'll just show a short video again. seems we still have a problem of connection with South Africa, so we are re-establishing the connection with South Africa. In the meantime, I welcome to speak next His Excellency President Xi Jinping, President of the People's Republic of China. Excellency, you have the floor.
President of the World Health Assembly, Director General of the World Health Organization, dear delegates. To begin with, I wish to say that it is of significant importance for this World Health Assembly to be held at such a critical moment as the human race battles this novel coronavirus. While we are facing is the most serious global public health emergency since the end of the Second World War. Catching the world by surprise, COVID-19 has hit over 210 countries and regions, affected more than 7 billion people around the world, and claimed over 300,000 precious lives. I mourn for every life lost and express condolence to the bereaved families. The history of human civilization is one of fighting diseases and tiding over disasters. The virus does not respect borders, nor is race or nationality relevant in the face of the disease. Confronted by the ravages of COVID-19, the international community has not flinched. The people of all countries have tackled the virus head-on. Around the world, people have looked out for each other and pulled together as one. With love and compassion, we have forged extraordinary synergy in the fight against COVID-19. In China, after making painstaking efforts and enormous sacrifice, we have turned the tide on the virus and protected the life and health of our people. All along, we have acted with openness, transparency, and responsibility. We have provided information to the WHO and relevant countries in the most timely fashion. We have released the genome sequence at the earliest possible time. We have shared control and treatment experience with the world without reservation. We have done everything in our power to support and assist countries in need. Mr. President, even as we meet, the virus is still raging, and more must be done to bring it under control. To this end, I want to make the following proposals. First, we must do everything we can for COVID-19 control and treatment. This is the most urgent task. We must always put the people first, for nothing in the world is more precious than people's lives. We need to deploy medical expertise and critical supplies to places where they are needed the most. We need to take a strong step in such key areas as prevention, quarantine, detection, treatment, and tracing. We need to move as fast as we can to curb the global spread of the virus and do our best to stem cross-border transmission. We need to step up information sharing, exchange experience and best practice, and pursue international cooperation on testing methods, clinical treatment, and vaccine and medicine research and development. We also need to continue supporting global research by scientists on the source and transmission routes of the virus. Second, the World Health Organization should lead the global response. Under the leadership of Dr. Tedros, WHO has made a major contribution in leading and advancing the global response to COVID-19. Its good work is applauded by the international community. At this critical juncture, to support WHO is to support international cooperation and the battle for saving lives as well. China calls on the international community to increase political and financial support for WHO so as to mobilize resources worldwide to defeat the virus. Third, we must provide greater support for Africa. Developing countries, African countries in particular, have weaker public health systems. Helping them build capacity must be our top priority in COVID-19 response. The world needs to provide more material, technological, and personal support for African countries. China has sent a tremendous amount of medical supplies and assistance to over 50 African countries and the African Union. 5 Chinese medical expert teams have also been sent to the African continent. In total, in the past 7 decades, over 200 million people in Africa have received care and treatment from Chinese medical teams. At present, 46 resident Chinese medical teams are in Africa, helping with COVID-19 containment efforts locally. Fourth, we must strengthen global governance in the area of public health. We human beings will eventually prevail over the coronavirus. Yet, this may not be the last time a major health emergency comes knocking at our door. In view of the weakness and deficiencies exposed by COVID-19, we need to improve the governance system for public health security. We need to respond more quickly to public health emergencies and establish global and regional reserve centers of anti-epidemic supplies. China supports the idea of a comprehensive review of the global response to COVID-19 after it is brought under control, to sum up experience and address deficiencies. This work should be based on science and professionalism, led by the WHO and conducted in an objective and impartial manner. Fifth, we must restore economic and social development. While working on an ongoing basis to contain the virus, countries where conditions permit may reopen businesses and schools in an orderly fashion in observance of WHO's professional recommendations. In the meantime, international macroeconomic policy coordination should be stepped up and the global industrial and supply chains be kept stable and unclogged if we are to restore growth to the economy of the world. Sixth, we must strengthen international cooperation. Mankind is a community with a shared future. Solidarity and cooperation is our most powerful weapon for defeating the virus. This is the key lessons the world has learned from fighting HIV/AIDS, Ebola, avian influenza, H1N1, and other major epidemics. And solidarity and cooperation is a sure way through which we, the people of the world, can defeat this novel coronavirus. Mr. President, China stands for the vision of building a community with a shared future for mankind. China takes it as its responsibility to ensure not just the life and health of its own citizens, but also global public health. For the sake of boosting international cooperation against COVID-19, I would like to announce the following. China will provide $2 billion over 2 years to help with COVID-19 response. And with economic and social development in affected countries, especially developing countries. China will work with the UN to set up a global humanitarian response depot and hub in China. Ensure the operation of anti-epidemic supply chains and foster green corridors for fast-track transportation and customs clearance. China will establish a cooperation mechanism for its hospitals to pair up with 30 African hospitals and accelerate the building of the Africa CDC headquarters to help the continent ramp up its disease preparedness and control capacity. COVID-19 vaccine development and deployment in China, when available, will be made a global public good. This will be China's contribution to ensuring vaccine accessibility and affordability in developing countries. China will work with other G20 members to implement the debt service suspension initiative for the poorest countries. China is also ready to work with the international community to bolster support for the hardest hit countries under the greatest strain of debt service so that they could tide over the current difficulties. To conclude, I call on all of us to come together and work as one. Let's make concerted efforts to protect the health and life of people in all countries. Let's work together to safeguard planet Earth, our common home. Let's work together to build a global community of health for all. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. J'ai le plaisir à présent de donner la parole au président de la France.
Thank you. It's my pleasure now to give the floor to the President of France, His Excellency Mr. Emmanuel Macron. Sir, the floor is yours.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée.
Thank you. President of the World Health Assembly, United Nations Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, Director General of the World Health Organization. To begin with, may I thank you for having invited me to participate at this opening of the 73rd World Health Assembly. There is no doubt that this is one of the most important assemblies in the history of the World Health Organization. It must be a moment for unity and a moment for solidarity, but also a moment for clear thought and action in the face of what is an unprecedented global crisis affecting all of us. It should also be a moment for remembering the intentions of the WHO's founding fathers in 1948. They wanted to build a new world where everybody could enjoy the best possible standard of health, and that's a fundamental right for every human being. We should also remember the progress that we've made together with WHO towards achieving that goal. We've achieved increased life expectancy, reduced child mortality, we've eradicated fatal diseases such as smallpox, and then there are the battles which we're still waging against tuberculosis, malaria, and HIV, to increase access to medical treatment, to spread vaccination, and to strengthen health systems. The COVID-19 pandemic has, of course, turned our lives and our societies upside down. It's brought our economies to a halt, and it's exposed the vulnerability of all of us. In addition, it's reminded us, if we needed such a reminder, of how valuable human health is and how valuable those who work to protect it are. In this year of nurses and midwives, I should like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to all of those who are working on the front line to protect and take care of others. Sometimes they're doing so at risk of their own lives, and the appalling attack against a maternity hospital in Afghanistan a few days ago has shown how tragically true that is. At a moment when health workers are fighting against the pandemic, when all our people and all our countries are facing it with courage, we cannot let ourselves be divided. We have no right to shirk our responsibilities. We do, however, have a collective duty to be effective. Our absolute priority, the only priority worth talking about, is to conquer this pandemic, and each of us can contribute to bringing that about. States, international organizations, specialized funds, grassroots organizations, and non-governmental organizations, the pharmaceutical industry, development banks, and ordinary citizens. Only if we join forces together will we beat this pandemic, and we need WHO for her irreplaceable coordinating role, for her scientific expertise, for her knowledge of the situation on the ground. We need a strong WHO to tackle COVID-19, and the WHO is us, its member states. Therefore, if the organization is to play its role in full in coordinating an international response to pandemics, this and others, it needs all of us. That's precisely why recently France has decided to substantially increase our financial contribution to this organization. With WHO, with our European partners, and with everybody involved in global health, we have launched an initiative called Act A. The purpose of that is to offer massive support to research, to speed up the results of medical research, and to ensure that we can guarantee universal access to the tools we need to fight the pandemic. If we do discover a vaccine against COVID-19, it will be a global public good and everyone must have access to it. This is a question of effectiveness, really. As long as the disease remains a threat to a few, it will remain a threat for everybody. It's also, however, a question of principle. Human health cannot be quarrelled over, cannot be appropriated, and cannot be bought and sold. Therefore, Europe makes an unrestricted commitment to building and improving the international response to the pandemic. On the 4th of May last, a financing conference was organized by the European Commission, and that made it possible to mobilize 7.5 billion euros to achieve the goals of Act A. With her international partners then, Europe intends to make a solid response to strengthen the implementation of the international health regulations, to improve warning systems and emergency response, and to strengthen research so that we can, together and in a spirit of cooperation and transparency, better understand the crisis we are facing and learn the lessons as to how we can best respond to it. We need to look the situation clearly and head-on and carry out an honest and vigorous assessment of what's worked and what hasn't worked in the way this international crisis has been managed. Here we have an opportunity to provide a single, united response to the pandemic, free of complacency and unfounded accusations. We need to be united, demanding, and clear-headed. That is our duty. I therefore urge all the members of this Assembly to show both responsibility and action. And I do this in the name of what led to the creation of this organization and in the name of a fundamental right of all mankind, the right to hope. Thank you. Thank you very much, President.
To now invite the President of the Republic of Korea, His Excellency President Moon Jae-in. You have the floor, Excellency.
존경하는 의장님, 사무총장님, 각국 대표단 여러분, 코로나를 극복하고 새로
delegates from various nations. I find it greatly meaningful to speak before the World Health Assembly, a gathering convened to overcome COVID-19 and usher in new hope. First of all, I would like to offer my deepest condolences and words of comfort to the victims of COVID-19 all over the world. Moreover, my utmost respect and gratitude go to the medical and quarantine professionals in each country, putting themselves at risk to protect the health and safety of humanity. Today, I would like to introduce to you the choice made by the Korean people to overcome COVID-19, the choice of a freedom for all. The Republic of Korea was one of the first countries hit by COVID-19. And we had to swiftly identify a solution against the aggressive virus. In that moment of crisis and challenge, the Korean people made a bold decision. We took our own individual freedoms and turned it to an even greater freedom, freedom for all. Rather than regarding our neighbors as dangerous spreaders of the virus or enforcing nationwide lockdown measures, we chose to protect their safety for the sake of our own safety. In order to uphold free movement and keep the economy going, the Korean people chose to wear masks and participate actively in social distancing. Even in the face of this social distancing, however, we grew closer and our hearts fonder. Healthcare workers gave their all through volunteer service, while citizens encouraged them through various acts of sharing. In the recent nationwide general elections, despite the rigorous quarantine procedures in place, over 29 million Korean voters went to the ballots. As a result, we had a true celebration of democracy, all without a single new infection, with an even higher voter turnout than usual. This idea of protecting our neighbors developed further to include the neighbors beyond our borders. We kept our borders open and maintained our ties of exchange, while also providing diagnostic kits, face masks, and other supplies as much as we could. The Korean people displayed the highest form of civic virtues to practice the spirit of freedom for all and voluntarily participated in quarantine efforts. This was what really enabled the three main principles of openness, transparency, and democracy to flourish. The government also supported the people's efforts with swift, widespread testing and creative approaches. The Republic of Korea, however, has not yet achieved complete victory over this virus. We have transitioned from social distancing to routine distancing and are working to balance our daily lives with ongoing quarantine efforts, and yet we are still seeing instances of sporadic cluster infections. Moreover, the ongoing global pandemic still poses grave threats. If we do not come up with a viable treatment option or a vaccine, a new wave of infections could break out once again. However, one thing is absolutely clear. Sharing information and cooperating with one another demonstrate a power that no virus will ever have, a power that only humans possess. COVID-19 is threatening our freedoms, a universal virtue of all humankind, but it is solidarity and cooperation based on such freedoms that will prove to be the strongest weapon we have to triumph over COVID-19. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, based on the spirit of a greater freedom for all, I would like to make three proposals for overcoming the current crisis and preparing for its aftermath. First, we must expand our humanitarian assistance for countries with vulnerable healthcare systems and share our quarantine experiences. Until the day everyone is free from COVID-19, we must work together and leave no one behind. This year, the Republic of Korea is planning to provide humanitarian assistance worth $100 million. Our response to the crisis, our immigration policies, and other such experiences and data we have accumulated during this outbreak will be continuously shared with the international community. To safeguard the health of all humanity, we will continue to work closely with the WHO. Second, in order to develop vaccines and treatments, we must cooperate beyond our borders. Furthermore, such vaccines and treatments are public goods that must be distributed equitably to the whole world. The Republic of Korea fully supports the efforts of the WHO to develop vaccines and treatments. The Republic of Korea is also working with Gavi, the Global Fund, UNITAID, and the International Vaccine Institute as a donor country. And this year, we will begin contributing to CEPI, the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations. Third, we must update the WHO international health regulations and other relevant norms and augment them with binding legal force. A novel infectious disease could emerge at any time, and we must be able to respond more quickly and effectively. Infection-related data should be shared among countries in a more transparent manner, and an early warning system and a cooperation mechanism must be jointly established. At the G20 and ASEAN Plus 3 summits, various measures for cooperation were proposed, and I hope they will be made more concrete. Honorable Chair, Director General, delegates from various nations, in the face of crisis, humankind must choose solidarity and cooperation over the pursuit of individual interests. The world must unite under the banner of mutual trust and inclusiveness in the face of deepening crisis. If the international community firmly commits to the greater cause of freedom for all, we will undoubtedly overcome the current crisis quickly and bolster our hope for the post-COVID-19 era.
to reconnect with South Africa to listen to President Ramaphosa's speech. If you are online, can you please click on the video? I think we still have connection problems, so I will ask our next guest. Our next guest speaker is no stranger to the Health Assembly. Please join me to welcome the Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany, Angela Merkel. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Sehr geehrter Herr Generaldirektor Tedros, Exzellenzen, sehr geehrter
Director General Dr. Tedros, ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing a global crisis with hundreds of thousands of people who have been infected and affected, with social and economic consequences that show that virtually no country has been spared by this pandemic. So no country can solve this problem alone. We must work together. So I'd like to thank you all for participating in this World Health Assembly to try and find a solution together. What could help us is that the 2014 Ebola epidemic helped us to strengthen systems within the WHO. The G7 and G20 have also chosen healthcare as a priority topic, and at the last year's World Health Assembly, we adopted to work for health and well-being. COVID-19 shows that we need to do more, in particular in the area of prevention and in working on research and strengthening health systems. The WHO is the legitimate world organization for the area of health, and so we should continue to work to improve procedures within the WHO. And we also need to look at the financing to ensure it is sustainable. And we must, first of all, combat this pandemic, and we need to put into place a solution that everyone can stand behind. And we need to face together the social and economic costs and consequences of the pandemic. I am convinced that we will be able to overcome this pandemic when we work together, and that will help us to achieve this more rapidly. So I'd like to thank all those who contribute to global well-being. Thank you.
I have the pleasure to welcome the Prime Minister of Barbados, Her Excellency Mayor Amor Motley. You have the floor, Excellency.
Good afternoon, Mr. President and distinguished delegates. Today I join with the defenders of democracy across the Caribbean Community region, the wider Americas, and indeed the small island developing states of the world, who recognize the importance of fearless, robust leadership. I speak to you from this region of the Caribbean, CARICOM as we're known, a region that is characterized by developing health systems that suffer from the same vulnerabilities as many of our countries. Low numbers of ICU beds per capita, few intensivist doctors and critical care nurses, few ventilators per capita. And regrettably, our people have a higher rate of NCDs and obesity than we would like. We have watched how COVID has decimated rich and powerful nations with strong curative care systems, killing their people, overrunning their healthcare systems, and halting business. And so early on, CARICOM decided that we cannot fight the illness and that we had to delay the arrival of COVID-19 into the region as far as possible. We mobilized all of our regional agencies, those that dealt with public health, like the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARPHA, or the modeling, like the University of the West Indies, or with our disaster preparedness and mitigation, like SEDIMA, or with the tracking and the movement of persons through our borders, like the Joint Regional Communications Center of CARICOM. The Caribbean region's economies ranks among the most travel and tourism dependent economies in the world. And this has exposed our people and our economies in a way that we have not experienced since becoming independent nations more than 50 years ago in some instances. In our own case in Barbados, our Emergency Operations Center in the Ministry of Health has been functioning since mid-January. We organized our health systems to improve access to the health service for COVID-19 patients, while at the same time reducing the risk of exposure for the most vulnerable populations through reduced movement from as early as February of this year. We repurposed an abandoned naval base into a facility for COVID patients. This expanded our access to critical care beds by over 300%. Fortunately, our investment in and our preparedness of our public health officials over the decades has permitted us to do the type of public health surveillance to detect cases, trace and quarantine contacts, isolate and treat the ill. You will forgive me if I use this opportunity to salute the public health pioneers of the Caribbean over the last 7 decades. They have been true heroes to our people. Our CARICOM heads of government adopted a whole of government and a whole of society approach. In addition, we reached to our Caribbean neighbor Cuba and received hundreds of doctors and nurses to help us. I take this opportunity to thank our brothers and sisters in Cuba and the government of the Republic of Cuba in particular for its unswerving assistance during this pandemic. It has been palpable and clear to all of our population. So, our CARICOM family banded together to lock down and ride out this first wave. And it has been a long and treacherous wave. The closing of our borders and the trebling of unemployment and the reduction of our government revenues by half have created grave challenges for many of us. Similarly, the psyche of people in our hemisphere has been disturbed. For the majority of persons under the age of 70 in the Caribbean, many of whom have never had to confront grave challenges, the world appears to be on autopilot. They wonder who is in control and where is the leadership? Where is the global cooperation that they so expected? And for too many of our citizens globally, life has become a game of roulette, betting on numbers and colors and ignoring the science that needs to underpin our actions. Nations rich and poor are seeking inspiration. This is a crisis, therefore, that strikes not only at the heart of our humanity, but also at the organization of our human societies. It is a crisis that calls for global leadership that will allow us to rebuild our humanity, our environment, and the equity so badly needed in our societies and our economies. COVID has brought many of us closer than we have ever been with each other. It has equally cast a brighter light on the inequities in our society, but then it has also allowed the earth to breathe yet again. It is why we have contended that nothing short of coordinated global leadership, not just of governments, but also from people of influence, whether from the religious or faith-based organizations or in other areas of the society, that they ought to be involved. We need a global leadership initiative that is rooted in moral leadership, more so than ever. Moral leadership that recognizes that 75 years after the United Nations was formed, it is not good enough for us to accept that people or countries can fall through the cracks. That in particular, as we reflect on the events of the last 3 months, were it not for the Pan American Health Organization, PAHO, or CARPHA, the Caribbean Public Health Agency, and more recently the WHO, we would believe that we were living in the wild, wild west that we see in movies, where only those who are strong and well endowed should survive. It is the intervening hand of these agencies that I just mentioned that has sought to move us as a region closer to a level playing field. But my friends, there is still much work to be done. Moral leadership that will finally recognize that the use of historic per capita income to determine access to concessional funds or grant funds, or indeed, as I mentioned earlier, to determine fair access to the procurement of goods is unacceptable. As I have said many times, it is the equivalent of taking my blood pressure reading from 2 years ago and using it today to determine my vulnerability to a stroke. A completely useless exercise. Even when our circumstances deteriorate, there has been no review that takes into account the inherent vulnerability to which we are exposed and which prevents us from being able to access critical money or goods. In addition, the use of certain proxy criteria to access technologies, medicines, vaccines, or concessional funds would exclude vulnerable countries such as ours in the Caribbean, some in Latin America, and even in the Pacific. Why? Because we are using criteria that are more relevant to fighting problems that have little or no relevance to our current vulnerabilities and challenges. For example, we are less than 2 weeks away from the beginning of the hurricane season. Tropical Storm Arthur has already formed off of the Bahamas, well in advance of that start. Many of us are already confronting droughts and the presence of sargassum weed as a result of the climate crisis, and it is wreaking havoc in our societies. But none of these challenges are captured by per capita income or by maternal mortality rates. None of them. In addition, where there is global market failure, as is happening now, small middle-income states are at risk of not being seen or heard, or not even accessing critical goods and supplies. I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Tedros for reaching out to the Executive Director of the Global Fund last evening to advocate for the countries in the region that have been excluded from procurement through the consortium of critical COVID-19 medical supplies. We need to be included. It is also therefore clear that we need therefore additional criteria to determine equitable access and fair allocation, criteria that better take into account that vulnerability which we have. And if we're asking for the same solution for climate, for external shocks, as we are asking for the pandemic, it is because all three destroy our capacity to produce as nations and the ability of our people to survive. It is against this background, my friends, that equitable access and fair allocation of resources will allow our small states, particularly middle-income ones, dependent on travel, to be able to have access to increased supplies for testing, such that we can reopen our societies safely to intra-regional travel and thereafter to extra-regional travel. But it will also better allow us to ensure that there is a return to safe work by safe people, the least vulnerable people to COVID-19 in our countries. While we can tolerate high unemployment and severe contraction of our economies for 2 to 3 months, the consequences to our societies of prolonged shutdown are as equal as the high incidence of COVID among our population. That is why we need urgently to get access to adequate numbers of the appropriate tests, in particular the rapid tests that are affordable and reliable if we are to allow our economies and societies to reopen safely. Our small states have been suffering from high debt and low growth for decades, and we believe that there should also be more mature and relevant conversations for middle-income, small island developing states across the globe, especially as it relates to our debt obligations in the midst of this pandemic. Many countries will either have an orderly restructuring of debt, or at the very least, a debt moratorium that provides certainty for both the borrower and the lender. Or they will have a disorderly unraveling that will create a crisis both within the respective countries and within the global financial markets. These conversations must admit of greater certainty in the management of our affairs, and I pray that the global community will have the courage to allow us to have them. I say so, conscious that Barbados took a major leap of faith when we restructured our debt in the last 18 months to include natural disaster clauses in our domestic and external debt instruments that provide for greater fiscal space to be created through a moratorium on the payment of principal and a capitalization of the interests should we face a natural disaster event. The certainty that these natural disaster clauses provide is increased fiscal space. Were this provision available in the context of this pandemic, it would bring tremendous relief to those countries and better position many of us to rebuild in a post-COVID-19 environment. Let me at this juncture express my appreciation to Director General Dr. Tedros and the WHO for the recent appointments of Sir Andrew Whitty and Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, a dear friend of the Caribbean, as special envoys for the North and South respectively for the WHO's Access to COVID-19 Tools Accelerator. It is intended that they will ensure that there's a framework for equitable access to tests, therapeutics, and a vaccine if ever there is one. In addition, our Caribbean countries salute your inclusive leadership and recognize that without your timely interventions, the efforts of PAHO and CARFA would be stymied as we try to meet the needs of our populations. 42 years on, our community still believes that the principles of Alma Ata must mean something, that we should have equitable access to the supplies we need, that we should be able to afford to save the lives of our citizens, and that the solutions should be appropriate to our context. I must add at this point that global moral leadership also means that in aid of supporting human lives, which none of us can replace, that there ought to be a suspension of international sanctions imposed against countries. Whatever differences or difficulties we may have with each other, they can be put on pause while we wrestle to the ground this awful pandemic. For wherever it exists, it affects each and every one of us. My friends, there was life before COVID-19, and I know that there will be life after COVID-19. For this reason, even with the pandemic, we must not drop the ball on those other global health priorities that are critical to our overall development. I refer specifically to the chronic NCDs, the silent killers of diabetes and cardiovascular disease, hypertension. I refer to HIV and AIDS, and to the antimicrobial resistance that we are fighting, and the other health-related diseases that come as a result of the climate crisis. For our populations, these challenges remain real and continue to be a silent but real and present danger. Let us use the cooperation we are trying to build to also help fight these challenges. Why? Because solidarity, unity, and partnership remain enduring principles for us. These are the principles that led our Caribbean countries to embrace the pursuit of democracy in the late 1930s, just as they also were the principles that helped the world rebuild after 3 decades of challenges 75 years ago with the formation of the United Nations and the Bretton Woods institutions. I pray that we will have the fortitude to fight against these challenges of our times, relying on these same principles of solidarity, unity, and partnership. I wish the leadership and management of the World Health Organization success in its efforts to promote health, to keep the world safe, and to serve the vulnerable people of our world as it is required to do. Your mission 73 years on, after your formation, remains critical. I say to you, as I leave, the world watches on with bated breath. We wish you all of the very best as you deliberate over these 2 days, for so much depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. We come back now to South Africa, and I invite the President of South Africa, current Chairperson of the African Union, His Excellency President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, to make a statement.
Thank you. I would like to welcome this opportunity to address the World Health Assembly. We are in the midst of the most serious public health emergency our world has experienced in over 100 years. Containing the coronavirus pandemic has dwarfed all other issues facing the international community and individual countries. The pandemic has profound social, political, economic and security implications for all of us. It is impacting on human health, the economies of all affected countries, and the livelihoods of millions of people. Although the virus has affected both developed and developing countries, it is the poor who suffer the most. The pandemic has highlighted the dangerous and growing inequality that exists between countries and within them. The healthcare systems of many countries are struggling to cope. Some have been weakened by underfunding and neglect. Others are under pressure because they were designed to serve the select few. The pandemic has devastated the livelihoods of millions of people in many countries. The global recovery depends on our ability to accept the reality that this virus will be with us for some time and that we need to prepare to adapt accordingly. The social distancing, hygiene, and other protocols recommended by the World Health Organization must become part of our everyday lives. Africa affirms its full support for the World Health Organization, which has been key in guiding the international response to the pandemic. The World Health Organization has been instrumental in providing guidance and support to African governments. Africa is extremely vulnerable to the ravages of this virus and needs every possible support and assistance. The African Union has taken very deliberate steps to respond to the scourge. The African Union has made a call for developing countries to be assisted in their efforts to combat the pandemic and to rebuild their economies. This assistance needs to include debt relief. It also needs to include assistance with regard to diagnostic and therapeutic medical supplies. To turn back the frontiers of the pandemic, we must also deepen international collaboration as well as solidarity around issues like research and development and investment. We fully support the initiative by the World Health Organization, together with many other governments, in assisting the developing countries. For its part, South Africa is participating in several research initiatives. We must ensure that there is equitable access to medical equipment, technologies, in all respects. In this final decade towards the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals, we must press ahead with our goal of making universal health care a reality for all the people of the world, and no one must be left behind. The virus has demonstrated the essential value of universal health coverage, and this is where we need full solidarity. Let us continue to be bold and courageous in confronting this pandemic. Let us continue to collaborate and act in solidarity in the interest of the millions of people around the world. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. It is my honor to now give the floor to the Director General of the World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros. You have the floor.
Thank you, Ambassador Bokoz. President Somaruga, President Ramaphosa, President Xi, President Macron, President Moon, Chancellor Merkel, Prime Minister Motley, Mr. Secretary General, President of the World Health Assembly, Excellencies, colleagues, and friends. I would like to start by thanking all of our distinguished guests for their support today. Thank you for taking the time to address this important assembly. Thank you for your efforts to respond to COVID-19 at home and abroad. And thank you for your strong support for WHO at this critical time. My sisters and brothers, as you know, this year is the International Year of the Nurse and the Midwife. This assembly was intended to be a moment of recognition for the incredible contribution that nurses and midwives make every day in every country. The pandemic has robbed us of that opportunity, but it has only served to illustrate why nurses, midwives, and all health workers are so important. Nurses and midwives have been on the front lines of the fight against COVID-19, putting themselves in harm's way. Many have made the ultimate sacrifice in service of humanity. Last month, WHO published the first State of the World's Nursing Report. It shows that the world is facing a shortfall of 6 million nurses to achieve and sustain universal health coverage. But it also provides a roadmap for governments to invest in nursing, to fill that gap and progress towards universal health coverage, health for all. Now, more than ever, the world needs nurses and midwives. Please join me, wherever you are, in standing to show your appreciation for these true health heroes. Thank you. Thank you. We have come together as the nations of the world to confront the defining health crisis of our time. We come in grief for those we have lost. We come with concern for those still fighting for their lives. We come with determination to triumph over this common threat. And we come with hope for the future. The world has confronted several pandemics before. This is the first caused by a coronavirus. This is a dangerous enemy with a dangerous combination of features. This virus is efficient, fast, and fatal. It can operate in the dark, spread silently if we are not paying attention, then suddenly explodes if we are not ready, and moves like a bushfire. We have seen the same pattern repeated in cities and countries the world over. We must treat this virus with the respect and attention it deserves. More than 4.5 million cases of COVID-19 have now been reported to WHO, and more than 300,000 people have lost their lives. But numbers don't even begin to tell the story of this pandemic. Each loss of life leaves a scar for families, communities, and nations. The health impacts of the pandemic extend far beyond sickness and death caused by the virus itself. The disruption to health systems threatens to unwind decades of progress against maternal and child mortality, HIV, malaria, tuberculosis, non-communicable diseases, mental health, polio, and many other of the most urgent health threats. And yet, this is so much more than a health crisis. Lives and livelihoods have been lost or upended. Hundreds of millions of people have lost their jobs. Fear and uncertainty abound. The global economy is headed for its sharpest contraction since the Great Depression. The pandemic has brought out the best and worst of humanity: fortitude and fear, solidarity and suspicion, rapport and recrimination. This contagion exposes the fault lines, inequalities, injustices, and contradictions of our modern world. It has highlighted our strengths and our vulnerabilities. Science has been hailed and scorned. Nations have come together as never before, and geopolitical divisions have been thrown into sharp relief. We have seen what's possible with cooperation and what risk without it. The pandemic is a reminder of the intimate and delicate relationship between people and planet. Any efforts to make our world safer are doomed to fail unless they address the critical interface between people and pathogens and the existential threat of climate change that's making our Earth less habitable. For all the economic, military, and technological might of nations, we have been humbled by this very small microbe. If this virus is teaching us anything, it's humility. Time for humility. 6 months ago, it would have been inconceivable to most that the world's biggest cities would fall early quiet, that shops, restaurants, schools, and workplaces would be closed, that global travel would grind to a standstill, that simply shaking hands could be life-threatening. Terms once used only by epidemiologists like reproduction number, physical distancing, and contact tracing have become common parlance. In less than 5 months, the pandemic has encircled the globe. All countries have faced challenges in coming to grips with this virus, rich and poor, large and small. Low-income countries, small island developing states, and those suffering from violence and conflict are trying to confront this threat in the most challenging of circumstances. How do you practice physical distancing when you live in crowded conditions? How do you stay at home when you have to work to feed your family? How do you practice hand hygiene when you lack clean water? Some countries are succeeding in preventing widespread community transmission. Some have issued stay-at-home orders and imposed severe social restrictions to suppress community transmission. Some are still bracing for the worst, and some are now assessing how to ease the restrictions that have exacted such a heavy social and economic toll. WHO fully understands and supports the desire of countries to get back on their feet and back to work. It's precisely because we want the fastest possible global recovery that we urge countries to proceed with caution. Countries that move too fast without putting in place the public health architecture to detect and suppress transmission run a real risk of handicapping their own recovery. Early serology studies are painting a consistent picture. Even in the worst affected regions, the proportion of the population with the telltale antibodies is no more than 20%, and in most places, less than 10%. In other words, the majority of the world's population remains susceptible to this virus. The risk remains high, and we have a long road to travel. Over the past few months, we have learned an enormous amount about how to prevent infections and save lives. But there is no single action that has made the difference. No testing alone, no contact tracing alone, not isolation, quarantine, hand hygiene, or physical distancing alone. The countries that have done well have done it all. This is the comprehensive approach that WHO has called for consistently. There is no silver bullet. There is no simple solution. There is no panacea. There is no one-size-fits-all approach. It takes hard work, fidelity to science, learning, adapting as you go, and difficult decisions, of course. But there are many common components that must be part of every national strategy. A whole of government and a whole of society response that engages and empowers people and communities to keep themselves and others safe. The commitment and capacity to find, isolate, test, and care for every case and trace and quarantine every contact, and special attention to vulnerable groups like people living in nursing homes, refugee camps, prisons, and detention centers. Since day one, WHO has stood shoulder to shoulder with countries in this darkest of hours. WHO sounded the alarm early, and we sounded it often. We notified countries, issued guidance for health workers within 10 days, and declared global health emergency, our highest level of alert, on the 30th of January. At the time, there were less than 100 cases and no deaths outside China. We have provided technical guidance and strategic advice based on the latest science and experience. We have supported countries to adapt and implement that guidance. We have shipped diagnostics, personal protective equipment, oxygen, and other medical supplies to more than 120 countries. We have trained more than 2.6 million health workers in 23 languages. We have driven research and development through the Solidarity Trial. We have called the equitable access to vaccines, diagnostics, and therapeutics through the ACT, the ACT Accelerator. We have informed, engaged, and empowered people. We have fought the infodemic, combating myths with reliable information. And we have called consistently for the two essential ingredients for conquering this virus: national unity and global solidarity. We all have lessons to learn from the pandemic. Every country and every organization must examine its response and learn from its experience. WHO is committed to transparency, accountability, and continuous improvement. For us, change is a constant. In fact, the existing independent accountability mechanisms are already in operation since the pandemic started. The Independent Oversight Advisory Committee has today published its first report on the pandemic. with several recommendations for both the Secretariat and Member States. In that spirit, we welcome the proposed resolution before this Assembly, which calls for a stepwise process of impartial, independent, and comprehensive evaluation. To be truly comprehensive, such an evaluation must encompass the entirety of the response by all actors in good faith. So, I will initiate an independent evaluation at the earliest appropriate moment to review experience gained and lessons learned, and to make recommendations to improve national and global pandemic preparedness and response. But one thing is abundantly clear: the world must never be the same. We do not need a review to tell us that we must all do everything in our power to ensure this never happens again. Whatever lessons there are to learn from this pandemic, the greatest failing would be to not learn from them and to leave the world in the same vulnerable state it was before. If there is anything positive to come from this pandemic, it must be a safer and more resilient world. This is not a new message. Reviews after SARS, the H1N1 pandemic, and the West African Ebola epidemic highlighted shortcomings in global health security and made numerous recommendations for countries to address those gaps. Some were implemented, others went unheeded. The SARS outbreak gave rise to the revision of the international health regulations in 2005. The H1N1 pandemic saw the creation of the Pandemic Influenza Preparedness Framework, and the Ebola outbreak of 2014 and 15 led to the establishment of the Pandemic Emergency Financing Facility, the WHO Emergencies Program, and the Independent Oversight Advisory Committee. The world doesn't need another plan, another system, another mechanism, another committee, or another organization. It needs to strengthen, implement, and finance the systems and organizations it has, including WHO. Many leaders who have spoken today raised two issues: implementing, supporting WHO, and financing. The world can no longer afford the short-term amnesia that has characterized its response to health security for too long. The time has come to weave together the disparate strands of global health security into an unbreakable chain, a comprehensive framework for epidemic and pandemic preparedness. The world does not lack the tools, the science, or the resources to make it safer from pandemics. What it has lacked is the sustained commitment to use the tools, the science, and the resources it has. That must change, and it must change today. Today, I'm calling on all nations to resolve that they will do everything it takes to ensure that the 2020 coronavirus pandemic is never repeated. I'm calling on all nations to invest in strengthening and implementing the many tools at our disposal, especially the global treaty that underpins global health security, the international health regulations. To be successful, we must all commit to mutual ownership and accountability. One way to do that, proposed by the Africa Group last year, is through a system of universal periodic review, in which countries agree to a regular and transparent review of each nation's preparedness. Since my election at this Assembly 3 years ago, I have made a priority of transforming WHO into an organization that's agile and responsive, focused on outcomes and impact. 2 years ago, I presented, and this assembly approved, the cornerstone of our transformation, WHO's 13th General Program of Work. At its heart are the ambitious triple billion targets. 1 billion more people enjoying better health and well-being, 1 billion more people benefiting from universal health coverage, and 1 billion more people better protected from health emergencies. These are the targets that the world has set itself to achieve by 2023 to get on track and stay on track for the Sustainable Development Goals. The WHO results report launched today provides a comprehensive picture of what WHO, its member states and partners have achieved in the past 2 years. On healthy populations, we have made important progress to improve the air people breathe, the food they eat, the water they drink, the roads they use, and the conditions in which they live and work are the most important actually in bringing health. On universal health coverage, the world came together last year to endorse the political declaration on UHC, an unprecedented commitment to the ideals of health for all. We have expanded access to prevention, testing, and treatment for HIV, TB, malaria, hepatitis C, hypertension, diabetes, cancer, and more. And to keep the world safe, WHO has investigated, when necessary, responded to more than 900 events in 141 countries. That includes coordinating a huge and complex response to the Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, complicated by violence, a mobile population, and a weak health system. All of these efforts have been supported by an increased focus on science, evidence, and data. In the coming year, we will launch the WHO Academy to provide training for millions more health workers around the world. And the WHO Foundation will be launched in the next few weeks to broaden WHO's donor base. I am proud of the progress WHO has made in this and many other areas. However, much work remains to be done. Even before COVID-19, the world was off track for the SDGs. The pandemic threatens to set us back even further. It exploits and exacerbates existing gaps in gender equality, poverty, hunger, and more. Already we have seen the impact of the pandemic on immunization campaigns and many other essential health services. But the challenges we face cannot be an excuse to abandon hope of achieving the triple billion targets or the SDGs. On the contrary, they must serve as motivation to redouble our efforts and to work aggressively in pursuit of the healthier, safer, fairer world we all want. Although COVID-19 is rightly the focus of the world's attention now, we must not lose focus on sustaining and accelerating other initiatives that have saved millions of lives in recent years, like the work of Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance. Over the past 20 years, Gavi has supported countries to vaccinate 760 million children, preventing more than 13 million deaths. Gavi has set an ambitious goal to immunize 300 million more children with 18 vaccines by 2025. We call on the global community to support Gavi's upcoming replenishment, hosted by the United Kingdom, to ensure it is fully funded for this life-saving work. Last week, my friend Dr. Suit from Thailand sent me a message. This is what he said. Actually, COVID has demonstrated how WHO's triple billion goals are interconnected. Universal health coverage plays big roles in the COVID response in many countries, and healthy lives mean less deaths from COVID. I couldn't agree more. COVID-19 is not just a global health emergency. It is a vivid demonstration of the fact that there is no health security without resilient health systems or without addressing the social, economic, commercial, and environmental determinants of health. More than ever, the pandemic illustrates why investing in health must be at the center of development. I will repeat this. More than ever, the pandemic illustrates why investing in health must be at the center of development. We're learning the hard way that health is not a luxury. It is a necessity. It is a necessity. Health is not a reward for development. It is a prerequisite. Health is not a cost. It's an investment. Health is a pathway to security, prosperity, and peace. My brothers and sisters, 40 years ago, the nations of the world came together under the banner of WHO to rid the world of smallpox. They showed that when solidarity triumphs over ideology, anything is possible. The COVID-19 pandemic is posing a similar threat, not just to human health, but to the human spirit. We have a long road ahead in our struggle against this virus. The pandemic has tested, strengthened, and strained the bonds of fellowship between nations, but it has not broken them. The COVID-19 pandemic is asking us two fundamental questions. What sort of world do we want? And what sort of WHO do we want? The answer to the first question will determine the answer to the second. Now, more than ever, we need a healthier world. Now, more than ever, we need a safer world. Now, more than ever, we need a fairer world. Healthy, safe, and fair. And now, more than ever, we need a stronger WHO. There is no other way forward but together. I thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Director General, for your speech. This concludes the high-level welcome. And I now hand over the floor to the 72nd WHA's President. President, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam. Excellencies, before I officially open the assembly, I would like to make a few remarks. As the world fights the COVID-19 pandemic, Secretary General of UN, His Excellency Mr. Guterres, just said, now is the time for unity. The COVID-19 pandemic is in all countries. It affects every person in the global community for all aspects of life, personally, nationally, and globally. Our health, well-being, social life, and economic viability are challenged, even threatened. Our lockdown is necessary to keep COVID under control, but hampers our ability to conduct our routine work. Furthermore, we expect economic recovery to take a long time, while we advocate to maintain domestic and international support for health and social programs and expect to reduce fiscal space for them globally. Because of lower and middle income countries have less reserves, we will bear the weight of the slow economic recovery disproportionately. At the same time, we face phasing out of various programs that support improving the livelihood and routine activities. For example, we are in the transition period for Gavi graduates. Together, these all with our reaching the Sustainable Development Goal and other international targets. Thus, we are requesting flexibility during this transition period. We have heard today from a broad cross-section of leaders in their fight against COVID-19. Evident were the struggles we all face both domestically and in distribution to address the global pandemic from France, Germany, and Switzerland in Europe to the Republic of Korea in our own region, across South Africa, and from a small island state in Barbados. The message from President Xi Jinping has inspired us so much to fight the pandemic, and we are so pleased to learn from the success of the Chinese in handling the COVID-19 pandemic in the country, as well as its active participation and mobilization of global efforts to fight against the novel virus. Furthermore, China has played a significant role in providing the valuable assistance in the medical equipment and expertise to developing countries. They have also supported to the World Health Organization to take charge the global efforts and solidarity that is needed more than ever at this critical time. We highly evaluate the concept of community of health for mankind raised by President. This has demonstrated the true spirit of global partnership for humanity that China has undertaken, and we really appreciate that. Excellencies, Honorable Director General, ladies and gentlemen, with this spirit, I would like now to welcome you to the 73rd World Health Assembly. Let us now turn to election of the President. In accordance with the rules of the rules of procedure, at each regular session, Health Assembly shall elect the President and 5 Vice Presidents who shall hold office until their successors are elected. In advance of the Health Assembly, a white paper has been created which contains names of candidates proposed for consideration following consultations within their respective regions as well as their respective countries. To consider the nomination for the office of the President of the 73rd World Health Assembly, I recall that in accordance with the practice of regional rotation, which the Assembly has followed for many years, the President of the 73rd World Health Assembly is chosen among the list of members of the Vision of the Americas. I understand that Her Excellency Ms. Ben, permanent representative of Bahamas to the United Nations Office, Geneva, is proposed for office of President of the Third World Health Assembly. Is this proposal acceptable? In the absence of any, and as it appears that there are no other proposals, I suggest, in accordance with the rule of the rules of procedure, that the Assembly approve the nomination and elect President by Ambassador Ben, by elected President of the 73rd Assembly. Congratulations, Ben. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, Ambassadors, Delegates, Director General, I would like to thank this august Assembly for their trust in electing me as the President of the 73rd World Health Assembly. I would like to express my appreciation to my predecessor, Dr. Bonkong Sahavong, Minister of Health, Lao People's Democratic Republic, for his contribution to the last World Health Assembly. We shall now turn to the nomination for the offices of Vice Presidents of the Health Assembly. I would like to recall that since a delegate from a member of the region of the Americas has filled the post of President, it would be equitable to choose the Vice Presidents from among delegates coming from the other 5 WHO regions. In this regard, the following proposals have been received. His Excellency Mr. Li Song, People's Republic of China. Mrs. Jacqueline Lydia Mukulu, Congo. Mr. Roberto Shivata, San Marino. Dr. Akimram Elton, Sudan. Dr. Varaz Tencharo Onsa Tiem, Thailand. Before I put the proposal to decision, may I make the following request. A few delegations have raised their hands before the meeting began. Please, may I ask those delegations to lower their hands now. If a delegation wishes to request the floor, it needs to raise its hand. So, of course, it is important that everyone start with hands down. This will enable us to proceed in an orderly fashion. So, I have just read the names of the 5 proposals for vice presidents. Are these proposals acceptable to the Assembly? I understand that the United Arab Emirates has raised their hand. I understand that their hand has been lowered. This is new for all of us, so please bear with us all. We're going to get through it. Patience, everyone. In the absence of any objections, I take it that it is the wish of the Health Assembly to elect by acclamation the 5 delegates I mentioned previously for the post of Vice Presidents of the 73rd World Health Assembly. I take this opportunity to congratulate the Vice Presidents on their election. I shall now determine by lot of order in which the Vice President shall be requested to serve should the President be unable to act in between sessions. The names of the 5 Vice Presidents who I referred to earlier have been written down on 5 separate paper slips, which I'm going to draw by lot. Mrs. Jacqueline Lydia Mukulu, Congo. Mr. Roberto Shabata San Marino. Vice Presidents, please bear with me should I not be pronouncing your names correctly. I'm trying here. Dr. Viraj Tencharadon Ansanthiam, Thailand. I'm getting there. His Excellency Mr. Li Song, People's Republic of China. Dr. Akram Elton, Sudan. Now, it is my pleasure to deliver the presidential address. Your Excellency President Dr. Boon Kong Siatavang, Director General Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, Honorable Ministers and Heads of Delegation, ladies and gentlemen. I join the Assembly in congratulating Dr. Sihathavong, Minister of Health of the Laos People's Democratic Republic, for the poise, eloquence, and order he brought to the chair of the President during the 72nd World Health Assembly. In these uncertain and challenging times facing the global community, the resolute and inspiring leadership of the Director General remains certain, and we commend you and this organization, Dr. Tedros, which requires the global mantle for a healthier, safe, and fairer world. This presidency has great meaning for the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and indeed the Caribbean community and diaspora. I would like to take this opportunity to personally thank the government and people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for the confidence they have shown in selecting me to serve in this post at such an historic time. It is indeed an honor and privilege. We convene the 73rd Assembly during an unprecedented time in history when the global community is faced with negative health, social, and economic effects of the spread of the coronavirus. And the Assembly convened virtually, bringing together participants from across the globe. The public health community has faced challenges in the past. Global health issues transcend national boundaries and governments and call for action on the part of the global forces that determine the health of people. However, at no time in our recent memories has there been such a global impact of a disease, placing the lives, livelihood, and learning of so many in peril, disrupting supply chains, and bringing economies to a grinding halt. Statistically, in terms of numbers, the burden of COVID-19 has risen to over 4 million confirmed cases and close to 300,000 deaths in all 6 regions of the World Health Organization. In the wake of COVID-19, we have witnessed stock markets tumbling, unemployment rising in historic highs, conditions in fragile settings exacerbated, and peace and social cohesion threatened. Over the centuries, global action has yielded countless successes for global health, improving not only longevity, but also the quality of life. Ancient Babylonian civilization herald the sewage systems designed to protect water supply from contamination and disease. The discovery of pasteurization in the 1860s was a turning point in securing the safety of food supplies. The post-World War II era gave the global health community the tuberculosis vaccine. The past 25 years have witnessed a particularly golden era of unprecedented health achievements. Child mortality cut by 47%. Maternal mortality reduced by 45%. And reversals in the spread of HIV and AIDS, malaria, and other diseases. This era of COVID-19 ushers in new technology. It requires new knowledge, new innovations, flexibility, meaningful, respectful country interactions, as well as new and greater global partnerships. The role of the World Health Organization in this time of crisis reminds us that we live in an interdependent and interconnected world, where health and well-being are shaped by circumstances, decisions, and events occurring in distant places. Bacterial and viral threats travel almost as quickly and unencumbered as email messages, Twitter, and money flows. The World Health Organization must be steadfast in guiding the response to COVID-19, and at the same time, exact a balance with its mandate to meet the challenges that threaten the survival of many people, including those with chronic non-communicable diseases. The mere nature of our explorative spirit and our humanity suggests we will overcome these challenges. We will find solutions to these current realities that confront us now and in the aftermath of COVID-19. We will embrace new lifestyles that promote good health. We will repurpose and maximize our resources. We will establish a new balance between the economic, the physical, and the psychological welfare of our citizens. While we have lost a generation of elder citizens and those with comorbidities due to COVID-19, we must be resolute to preserve those who are with us. Juggling the health welfare with the social and economic pressures confronting us signals the complexity of the moment. But we are up to the task. Successfully negotiating COVID-19 and the post-COVID era requires that we shift, we recalibrate, and make key investments. It requires that we invest more in new technologies which are accessible to the majority of the people, that we take measures to protect the most vulnerable during the epidemic, and that we address the economic aftermath of worsening inequities. The Assembly would recall that in September 2020, Hurricane Dorian, a Category 5 climatic event, mercilessly brought mass devastation on the islands of Abaco and Grand Bahama, two of the more northern islands in our archipelagic chain. For us, Dorian amassed 74 official deaths, but it displaced thousands and exacted an economic toll of $3.4 billion in damages and losses. The Bahamas has yet to recover from Dorian and does not have the luxury of dismissing COVID-19. The Bahamas must delicately strategize to mitigate the human, social, environmental, and financial fallout of Dorian and COVID-19. This is no small task, but we will not be daunted. We will rebuild strong. Our resilience continues to propel us to new strengths. Despite the financial challenges, the Bahamas, as evidenced by its modeling approaches, has demonstrated the positive impact of public health measures for COVID-19. To date, the Bahamas has confirmed 96 cases of COVID-19 and 11 deaths. The number of recovered cases are at 43. There are 7 hospitalized cases. 1,814 tests have been completed. I salute the millions of healthcare workers who valiantly stood in the gap as we fought the spread of the virus and its impact on the global community. Some lost their lives. Others endured substantial emotional and mental strains. But all continue to give their best for mankind. In conclusion, the bedrock of public health remains constant. Equity, quality, whole of society approach, collaboration, and solidarity across boundaries and borders. As we deliberate over the next 2 days, I trust we will manage our time effectively and efficiently and remain resolute in our determination to aim for the greater good, the common good, the public good. Thank you. The Assembly will now consider the special procedures to regulate the conduct of the virtual de minimis meetings of the World Health Assembly, which are contained in Annex 1 of document A73/33. As we all know, the document before us today has been the subject of extensive informal consultations involving all members. May I take it that the Health Assembly is content to adopt the special procedures contained in Annex 1 of document A73/33 and to apply them to this meeting?
Perhaps you could express this, and if anyone wants to take the floor at this stage, please raise it on this matter, please raise it.
Should any delegation wish to take the floor on this particular matter, could you please indicate now by raising your hand? I see no objection. It is so decided. I'd like to thank you for your cooperation. Now, turning to the matter of credentials, and in line with the special procedures just adopted, I would like to invite Her Excellency Miss Socorro Flores Lira, Permanent Representative of Mexico to the United Nations Office in Geneva, to present the report. Her Excellency, I give you the floor.
Muchas gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam President. In my capacity as first Vice President of the 72nd session of the Health Assembly, I met with the President and two other Vice Presidents of the 72nd session on Sunday, 17th May 2020, to consider the credentials submitted by Member States to participate in the 73rd session of the World Health Assembly. It's my pleasure to report to the Assembly that 180 Member States have submitted credentials, which were found to be consistent with the rules of procedure of the Assembly. I would therefore recommend to the Assembly that the said 180 Member States mentioned be accepted as having submitted credentials in conformity with the rules of procedure. In addition to this oral report, I've been informed that since yesterday's meeting with the officers of the 72nd session, another 6 Member States have submitted credentials. It hasn't been feasible to meet again with the officers of the 72nd session, but according to previous practice followed during regular sessions, the President of the 72nd session has examined the credentials of these 6 Member States and has found them to be in keeping with the Assembly's rules of procedure. I would therefore recommend to the Assembly that the said 6 Member States should also be accepted as having submitted credentials consistent with the rules of procedure. I'd like to mention that over the last few hours, the following Member States have submitted credentials that have been considered in conformity with the rules of procedures: Comoros, Central African Republic, Democratic Republic of Congo, and Gambia. I therefore recommend that the Comoros, Central African Republic, Democratic Republic of Congo, and Gambia should also be accepted as having submitted credentials in line with the rules of procedure of the World Health Assembly. Finally, President, I'd like to inform the Assembly that the following Member States have not submitted credentials and are thus not represented at this Health Assembly: Guinea-Bissau, New Samoa, and South Sudan. And this concludes my report, President. Thank you.
My apologies. Thank you, Her Excellency. May I take it that the Assembly agrees to Her Excellency's report? In this age of technology, I see no objections. It is so decided. The list of member states having submitted valid credentials will shortly be available in the journal. Dear delegates, We now turn to the important matter of our agenda. This is item 1.4. You will see that we have before us 3 documents. They are the Provisional Agenda Document A73/1, the Provisional Agenda Abridged, which is document A73/1, add 1, and a proposal for a supplementary agenda item entitled Inviting Taiwan to Participate in the World Health Assembly as an Observer. This is contained in document A73/1, add 2. Regarding this matter, I would like to propose the following. I would propose that we adopt our agendas, both the abridged and the provisional agenda, on the understanding that we shall consider the request for the supplementary agenda item at the resumed session of the Assembly. Further, consideration of the request for this supplementary item at the resumed session would be done in accordance with the relevant rules of procedure. By this, I mean that at the resumed session, the proposal for the supplementary agenda item would, in accordance with Rule 12 of the Rules of Procedure, first be considered by the General Committee. Then, the General Committee would make a recommendation to the plenary on whether or not to include the proposed supplementary item on the agenda. The recommendation would then be considered by the plenary. I note that we hope that the resumed session of the Assembly will be actual and not virtual. But in the event that the resumed session is virtual, we would find a virtual way to follow this arrangement, convening the General Committee in virtual session. This proposal of mine to the plenary is based on my understanding of the outcome of informal consultations among concerned parties, including, of course, the 14 member states who submitted the request for the supplementary agenda item, and my understanding that there is general support for my proposal way forward. In this connection, please also allow me to express appreciation for the goodwill of all concerned in respect of this matter. May I therefore take it that there is no objection to my proposal as I have just set out? I see no objection. It is so decided. Thank you for this decision. Accordingly, the agendas are hereby adopted, and the proposal for a supplementary item shall be considered at the resumed session in accordance with the relevant rules of procedure. We have now completed our work under Agenda Item 1.4. Before turning to the next item, I would like to recognize the statements provided during the opening and recognizing the important relevance of these to the discussion on COVID-19 pandemic, and propose that they be added to the official records of the meeting. May I take it that the Assembly agrees with this proposal? I see no objections. It is so decided. Croatia? I understand that Croatia would like to take the floor. Croatia, you have the floor.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. The European Union works closely with the World Health Organization on a wide range of subjects, both within the European region and on a global level. As agreed in the exchange of letters of 2000 between the WHO and the European Commission concerning the consolidation and intensification of cooperation, and without prejudice to any future conclusion of a general agreement between the WHO and the European Union, European Union delegation attends the World Health Assembly as observer. As in previous sessions, the Assembly kindly agree that the European Union delegation be also invited to attend and participate also in the deliberations of meetings and some committees, drafting groups, or other subdivisions thereof pressing matters failing within Union competence in the 73rd session of the World Health Assembly. Thank you.
May I take it that the Assembly agrees? It is so decided. Now, let us turn to item 3 of the agenda. Address by Dr. Tedros, the Director General.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency. First of all, congratulations on your election, and look forward to support you in any way possible and help this assembly virtual for the first time, which will be a challenge for all of us to go through together. You have made already a very good start, so congratulations on that. I have already spoken earlier, and I believe that I don't want to take more time. So thank you so much again for the opportunity. I will follow the other programs and participate, but I don't think the additional speech will be necessary, and I hope our member state will get a chance also to participate. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tedros. Now we shall turn to the statements of delegations, which will be provided under item 3. And I shall turn the floor over to the Secretariat to manage this aspect of the session. Secretariat, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. We have a number of countries who've inscribed to speak, and we do have regional statements that would precede those national statements. If you permit me, I would indicate those who've asked to make regional statements. We do have Antigua and Barbuda, Estonia, Azerbaijan, Congo, Djibouti, Montenegro, Nauru, the Netherlands, Tunisia. I'll give the floor to Antigua to be followed by Estonia. It appears we don't have Antigua yet. We would go to Estonia and then to Azerbaijan. Estonia, you have the floor. Okay, we would call on Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan, you have the floor.
Hello, everybody. Yes, this is the statement of the Ministry of Health on behalf of the non-aligned movement at the 73rd Assembly. Madam President, Mr. Director General, I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the non-aligned movement. This year, the international community has been faced with a pandemic which has disrupted lives and livelihoods of millions of people, thus creating a state of paralysis in societies and economies. The non-alignment movement expresses its concern at the global threat posed by COVID-19 and emphasizes that the control of the pandemic relies on preparedness, prevention, resilience building, and the greater national, regional, and international collaboration and actions to address this challenge in an effective and timely manner. Upon the initiative of Azerbaijan's NAM chairmanship, the contact group to combat coronavirus was set up, and on May 4th, year 2020, the online summit of this contact group has been held. In the declaration adopted by summit, the heads of the states and the governments expressed their full support to the WHO while recognizing its critical role, guidance, and leadership in ensuring the effective response of the international community. The summit also established the NAM task force, which will develop a database of humanitarian and medical needs of NAM member states, which will be presented to donor countries and international organizations for the provisions of feasible assistance. During the summit, His Excellency the President of Azerbaijan also announced a donation of another $5 million to WHO to support the most affected NAM member states. The non-alignment movement reiterates its traditional support for multilateralism with the United Nations at its core, expresses full support to UN Secretary General initiatives to fight the pandemic, and acknowledges that preserving and strengthening the values of multilateralism and international cooperation is fundamental to promoting and supporting all three pillars of the United Nations. We also express our strong condemnation at the promulgation and application of unilateral coercive measures against member states of the movement that are applied in violation of the Charter of United Nations and international law. further express our support in accordance with international law to the states affected by such measures and urge the international community to adopt urgent and effective measures to eliminate the use of such measures that are inconsistent with the principles of international law or the Charter of the United Nations, with a view of ensuring the effectiveness of national responses to COVID-19 pandemic. The non-member states express their gratitude to medical personnel and reiterate their readiness to continue collaborating with the WHO in ensuring that one of the fundamental rights of every human being, the enjoyment of highest attainable standards of health, is ensured, that no one is left behind. Global efforts are rightly focused on countering the immediate and devastating impacts of COVID-19. However, going forward, the international community needs to shape a global health agenda that responds effectively to the future pandemics. That would require adequate resourcing and, where appropriate, policy space for the WHO. Equitable access, fair distribution, and affordability of diagnostics, therapeutics, and vaccines for COVID-19 are important priorities for the developing countries, which should be responded to. There is also a need for exploring new instruments to regulate R&D for pharmaceutical products guided primarily by health consideration. The non-member states reiterate their commitments to achieving universal health coverage and health-related sustainable development goals by year 2030 to ensure health security and emergencies, particularly to integrated surveillance, building long-term capacities and promoting progressive self-reliant strategy based on local production and affordable quality medicines and the development of health technologies. In line with the principle of health for all, the member states call upon the WHO to strengthen their support to governments in their efforts to effectively respond to COVID-19 by providing unhindered assistance and an inclusive and sustained manner during and after the pandemic. In this context, helping the most vulnerable people, including the people under the foreign occupation, including detainees, should enjoy the special attention in line with respect and dignity and leaving no one behind. In conclusion, the non-aligned movement calls upon all states to spare no effort in transforming 2020 into the year of solidarity and renewed multilateral cooperation to effectively address the emerging global threats. Thank you very much. I really appreciate this.
Thank you very much. I will now call on Croatia, who will be speaking on behalf of the European Union and EU member states. You have the floor, Croatia.
Honorable distinguished Director General, distinguished delegates. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the European Union and its member states. The candidate countries, Montenegro and Albania, the country of the stabilization and association process, and the potential candidate Bosnia and Herzegovina, Ukraine, and the Republic of Moldova, as well as Romania, align themselves with this statement. The global outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic has challenged the world in unprecedented ways and put a heavy toll on people, societies, and economies. Strengthening efficient multilateralism and response is more essential now than ever before. We commend the WHO for its leadership and thank all WHO staff for their tireless and excellent work. We stress the pertinence of coordinated international cooperation and solidarity under the umbrella of the United Nations system and the crucial importance of measures taken at national level for the successful response to the COVID-19 pandemic. We acknowledge the incredible dedication of all frontline workers were crucial to the COVID-19 response. 2020 is the International Year of the Nurse and the Midwife. Their contribution is indispensable, and we thank them specifically. We recognize the role of immunization in bringing the pandemic to an end, and we consider this is a global public good for health. We ask WHO in close cooperation with other relevant international organizations to play a key role in realizing equitable access to vaccines and treatment against COVID-19 for everybody, wherever they are. We call upon all member states to continue their financial support to WHO in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Now is also the time to show our solidarity towards the most affected and fragile states, in line with the Agenda 2030 and the principles of leaving no one behind. Our intensified efforts in achieving the SDGs will contribute largely to mitigate the negative effects of the COVID-19 crisis. At the country level, a strong health system and whole of government, all of society, and gender-responsive approach is the key to a successful response. Health systems now need to respond both to the pandemic and to continue to safeguard essential programs and provide essential health services, including for immunization, maternal, newborn, child, adolescent, mental health, trauma prevention, and sexual and reproductive health, in accordance with the 2017 EU Consensus on Development. We have led the coronavirus global response, taking initiative with WHO and global partners to accelerate the development, production, and deployment of vaccines, diagnostics, and therapeutics, and strengthen national health system against COVID-19. We invite all member states to contribute financially to this initiative in favor of funding the ACT Accelerator. I would also like to recall the Team Europe package of 50.6 billion euros, combining EU and EU member states resources to assist third countries for preparedness and response to COVID-19. In this pandemic, threat at microbial requires our attention. The importance of a One Health approach must be incorporated. We need to undertake an independent, comprehensive evaluation of the response to consider all relevant factors to prevent future outbreaks and strengthen preparedness, fully implementing and capitalizing on the IHR, aligning with international priorities. This includes the interface of human and animal health and well-being. The causes and the prevention of zoonotic outbreaks need our special attention, and we would appreciate a report on this by the Secretary. We thank Member States for their engagement in the negotiation on the resolution that is proposed by the EU and its Member States, and the co-sponsors for the consideration of this effort. Now is the time to work together and mitigate crisis. The health of each individual pen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Croatia. I now call on Congo, speaking on behalf of the African region. Congo, you have the floor, please. We do not appear to have Congo online. We will move to Djibouti, speaking on behalf of the group of ambassadors for the Francophonie. Djibouti, you have the floor.
I have the honor of making a statement on behalf of the group of French-speaking countries of the OIF. At the outset, I'd like to pay tribute to all of the victims of COVID-19 throughout the entire world. I should also like to express our respect and our admiration to the healthcare workers, wherever they may be in the world. This crisis has weakened and put under pressure the healthcare systems of the entire world, including those that are the most powerful. It has demonstrated just how vulnerable we are to emerging shocks and challenges, and just how underprepared we are for such crises. The Djibouti, under the guidance of the president of the country, very early on decided to proceed to mass testing and early testing in order to identify as soon as possible positive cases, to trace contacts, to isolate these individuals and to treat them. Bold decisions were made to close borders, both land and air borders, and this was done very, very early on and swiftly. A true arsenal of response has been deployed to test, trace, and to treat cases. Quarantine sites and treatment centres were very quickly put in place. We have given pride of place to a policy of prevention, one that is rigorous, backed up by the promotion of barrier measures, i.e. prevention measures, and the general confinement of the population. I should like to underscore that the COVID-19 pandemic in Djibouti was very peculiar indeed, with 90 cases being asymptomatic or not having very many symptoms at all. The proactive response and intense response that we pursued from the outset of this crisis has helped to mitigate the impact of this pandemic. This picture encouraged my government to proceed to an in-depth reflection to lift the confinement in a gradual and indeed progressive fashion. This deconfinement will be subject to more drastic measures of vigilance, prevention, and infection control. Nevertheless, my country has paid a very high price, especially in the socio-economic field. Now it is a matter of preserving the gains we have made. It is also a matter of strengthening our efforts towards the sustainable development of the country. Universal health coverage has never been more significant than it is now. Now more than ever, the time has come to put in place resilient health systems in order to overcome crises of such a scale. Before concluding my remarks, on behalf of my government, I should like to hail the leadership of the World Health Organization and also the considerable efforts undertaken in the context of tackling this pandemic. Let's remain united and let's remain together in a spirit of solidarity. Thank you.
Ambassador, could I ask Estonia to take the floor? Estonia on behalf of the Nordic and Baltic states. Estonia, you have the floor, please.
Honorable President, distinguished Director General, distinguished delegates, I'm speaking on behalf of the Nordic and Baltic countries, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, Iceland, Latvia, Lithuania, Norway and Sweden. The Nordic and Baltic countries would like to express our gratitude and full support to the World Health Organization in leading the global health response in this crisis, which is challenging our health systems, societies and economies. The COVID-19 crisis has demonstrated how crucial multilateral cooperation is to our collective health, prosperity and security. Now more than ever, we need to act together as a global community and leave no one behind. In particular, global coordination is needed when it comes to the availability of new vaccines, diagnostics and treatments. We call on global solidarity and a global agreement among all actors to secure equitable and fair distribution once they become available. The pandemic has both direct and indirect impact on the well-being of people. In all societies, the poor are hit the hardest, widening the already existing health and social inequalities. We must take action to counter these ill effects of the pandemic. We call on governments to make measures to protect the vulnerable, to increase supportive frameworks and social protection. Further, we would like to emphasize the importance of addressing the gendered impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. The health, social, and economic consequences have a disproportionate effect on women and girls. Women constitute up to 70% of frontline health workers and are facing an increased risk of exposure to the virus, while access to essential health services, including sexual and reproductive health rights, is limited during the crisis. Evidence shows that there is an increase in maternal and child mortality and violence against women. At the same time, the disease has been particularly serious in older men, and they make up a large percentage of mortality. We therefore encourage all countries to apply a gender lens in their COVID-19 response and recovery plans. The escalation of COVID-19 cases in conflict areas, among refugees, migrants, and other vulnerable people in countries with weak health systems is a real concern and might have a detrimental impact on global well-being and stability. We very much welcome the United Nations Consolidated Appeal as part of COVID-19 Global Humanitarian Response Plan and highly value the work of World Health Organization and all the health and humanitarian workers in the front line. Finally, we support an independent and comprehensive evaluation of the international health response to the current pandemic. It would facilitate an effective, accountable, and impartial review of the response with a view to strengthen the global preparedness in the future. There are certainly many lessons to be learned. This evaluation should, however, not divert our attention from the current efforts at the global level to put an end to the ongoing pandemic. The right to health is a fundamental human right. The commitment of World Health Organization and the member states to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and leaving no one behind should be our guiding light going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Estonia. I shall now call on Nauru to make a statement on behalf of the Pacific Island countries. Nauru, you have the floor, please. Nauru, you have the floor. Very well. We don't seem to have Nauru. May I kindly invite the Netherlands to make a statement on behalf of the Global Health Agenda Group, to be followed by Tunisia. Netherlands, you have the floor, please.
Dear Director General, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you on behalf of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. We align ourselves with the statement made by Croatia on behalf of the European Union. We express our support and appreciation for the World Health Organization. Now, more than ever, effective international cooperation on global health issues embedded in strong multilateral response and global solidarity is crucial. The current collaboration between global health partners is an inspiring example, and community engagement is essential. Development of effective and safe vaccines, diagnostics and therapeutics is urgent. Public and private sectors across the globe have to step up their joint efforts. Once available, we will need to facilitate equitable access. Therefore, we welcome the patent pool initiative of Costa Rica and the WHO. Strengthening the implementation of the international health regulations and of health systems remain of vital importance. The Netherlands is promoting this as a chair of the Global Health Security Agenda Initiative. The COVID-19 crisis is a serious wake-up call that universal health coverage is not a nice-to-have, but a need-to-have. I would like to echo the words of Director General Tedros. No one is safe until everyone is safe. Meanwhile, we should not lose sight of pre-existing crises and ensure that essential services and activities continue, in particular of WASH, mental health and psychosocial support and sexual and reproductive health and rights. The World Health Organization, all staff and frontline workers can continue to count on our support, and we thank you again for your impressive efforts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Netherlands, I now call on Tunisia to be followed by Antigua. Tunisia, you have the floor, please, on behalf of the Eastern Mediterranean region.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيد المدير العام لمنظمة الصحة العالمية، السيد رئيس الدورة الثالثة والسبعين للجمعية العالمية للصحة.
On the name of God, the gracious, the merciful, ladies and gentlemen, Director General, allow me to say to you that I am delighted to address you today as we hold the 73rd session of the World Health Assembly. In troubling times in the history of our humanity, therefore, I should like to thank the DG, Dr. Tedros, for his enlightened work within the WHO. At a time when we are at a crossroads, he has helped us to deal with the crisis and to come up with appropriate responses to this crisis. I should also like to thank the regional director as well within for the efforts that have been done at done within our region. We think that a strategic plan to deal with Corona was one of the essential steps that was done within our region. Moreover, in March 2020, there was a meeting and we noted the first cases of Corona in Tunisia. Thousands of cases were recorded. There were some deaths in our region as well. President, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the current situation requires us to learn lessons for the long term. We need to adopt appropriate policies in terms of prevention. We also need to organize ourselves better and plan things better in order to manage this crisis now and in the future, and also to protect public health in general. Allow me once again to say to you to what extent I'm grateful to the WHO, and I think that the WHO plays an essential and key role. The WHO must allow the healthcare workers to be appropriately equipped in order to deal with this epidemic. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
I will now call on Congo to deliver a statement on behalf of the African region. Congo, you have the floor, please. Do we have Congo with us? Okay. Madam President, that concludes for the regional statements. We will move now to national statements, if you permit me. We have Côte d'Ivoire, Singapore, Denmark, United Kingdom, and Argentina. Côte d'Ivoire, you have the floor, please. We will move to Singapore. Singapore, you have the floor, please.
Excellency, Madam President, Director General, guests, and colleagues, COVID-19 is the greatest challenge our generation faces. It has infected almost 5 million people worldwide. Our thoughts and prayers are with those who have been infected and their family members. We would also like to express our gratitude towards the healthcare workers who have been taking care of our patients. Each member state faces different challenges and adopts a different strategy to fight the pandemic, but all with the same goal of keeping their people safe. In Singapore, we introduced a set of measures called the circuit breaker measures since 7th of April to suppress community transmission. These measures have shown promising results. The daily number of new community cases averaged about 3 in the past week, our lowest since mid-March. On the other hand, we are proactively managing the COVID-19 cases in our migrant worker dormitories, and the situation has stabilized. Overall, our case fatality rate remains one of the lowest in the world at 0.08%. As COVID-19 will be with us for some time, perhaps until an effective vaccine is available, we must adjust the way we work and live as we move forward. Singapore, like many countries, are now planning to roll back some of the stringent measures we introduced earlier. We need to preserve people's livelihoods while at the same time continue to protect their lives and well-being. Therefore, we must adopt a cautious approach as we gradually open up and progressively roll back the measures. I hope we can learn from each other and cooperate with one another as we fight the pandemic. This is a challenge that no single country can succeed on its own. The COVID-19 response resolution sends a strong signal to the world that global solidarity is needed to win this war against the virus. Singapore is a co-sponsor of this important resolution. Even as we focus on the immediate challenge of COVID-19, we must not lose sight of the sustainable development goals that ensure that we leave no one behind. We must continue to support the public health efforts and address these health priorities identified in the SDGs alongside our COVID-19 response plans. Singapore fully agrees with the Director General on this. Now is the time for our unity and cooperation. Singapore greatly appreciates the leadership and expertise of the WHO under Dr. Tedros. We affirm our solidarity with the WHO, developing states, and the global community in the fight against COVID-19 and in paving the way forward as we begin to plan for recovery from the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Singapore. I would call on the next 4 countries to deliver their statements: Denmark, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, Argentina, and the Philippines. You have the floor, Denmark.
Dear delegates, dear Director General, Denmark supports the statement made by Croatia on behalf of the EU and its member states. We are exploring unknown territory in our mutual fight against an invisible enemy. And I would like to thank the WHO and its staff for the tireless efforts in guiding and assisting countries throughout this global crisis. We need you now more than ever. We can only beat the pandemic if we act together in international solidarity and with the UN system in a coordinating leading role. We need to learn from this crisis, and I welcome an independent evaluation with the aim of strengthening global response in the future. For now, we must focus our energy on getting through the crisis, on taking the necessary precautions, on developing and producing vaccines, diagnostics, and treatment accessible to all. COVID-19 has demonstrated the catastrophic potential of communicable diseases and the importance of the availability of effective medicines. In this regard, the crisis also highlights the importance of our effort in relation to AMR. Denmark stands ready to contribute to support the development of concrete One Health solutions. A pandemic also has severe impact on access to health services, including sexual and reproductive health and rights. Evidence shows that during crisis there is an increase in maternal and child deaths, sexual and gender-based violence, and a decrease in family planning services. So let us use this unique situation to accelerate progress, and let us do so together through strong multilateral cooperation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Denmark. We have the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Good afternoon. Today's World Health Assembly is so important because coronavirus does not care about nation states. It is a shared challenge, and we can only defeat this invisible killer through a collective response. And if we work together to fight this common threat, I'd like to thank health and care workers across the world for the important work they're doing on the front line, and to thank the World Health Organization and Dr. Tedros for your work. It is so important that all relevant administrations are included in this forum, so discussions on global health security benefit from their valuable experience and expertise. Of course, as with any emergency, there will be lessons to learn from coronavirus, not only for the World Health Organization, but for the wider international system and for all member states. And so we support the need for a review of the global response at the appropriate point. As the international health regulations set out, we all have a collective responsibility here. But for now, we must all remain focused on the fight against the virus. And of course, a vaccine will be our best weapon in this fight. I'm proud that the UK is leading this work, that we're the biggest donor to the global effort to find a vaccine, and that UK research efforts are leading the way. To build on this, the UK will be hosting a global vaccine summit on 4th of June. This will be an important event. Not only do we want to boost efforts to develop a coronavirus vaccine, but we also want to raise the funds so Gavi can immunise 300 million more children and save up to 8 million lives from preventable diseases. I hope that you'll be able to lend your support, because ultimately, we are all on the same side in this battle, and it is in all of our interests to succeed.
Thank you very much, United Kingdom. And I call on Argentina to be followed by the Philippines. Argentina, you have the floor.
Thank you very much indeed. As our President, Alberto Fernandez, has said, nobody will get out of this alone. And we are very aware of the socio-economic damage that is affecting the whole world. And that's why we need to work together with an integrated approach, attempting to implement measures to enable us to mitigate the negative impact on our communities. Protecting human life must be our primary focus. In order to work in a multi-sectoral manner, Argentina created the General Coordinating Agency for the Integrated Plan for Preventing Public Health Emergencies of International Concern, coordinated by our Chief of Cabinet and led by the Ministry of Health. Within that framework, we very quickly adopted health, social and economic measures to try to contain the spread and the impact of the new coronavirus. On the 22nd of January, just 1.5 months after the first case was registered, Argentina issued an epidemiological alert. And just a few days later, we started to check passenger arrivals and recommend isolation of passengers arriving from affected areas. In less than 10 days after the detection of the first case, we issued the order for a closure of borders. We recommended preventive isolation, remote working, and school closures at all levels, and indeed the cancellation of public events and other measures. After 2 weeks, we established preventive and mandatory social distancing across the country, and that remains in force. The Ministry of Health has been coordinating with all of our provinces, strengthening our capacities for prevention, detection and response within the healthcare system. In under 45 days, we had 21,850 new beds, 1,452 of which were in intensive care units, 5,466 general beds, and 14,907 isolation beds, 1,181 ventilators, 200 portable scanners, 12 modular hospitals, and 4,000 healthcare professionals. We also created a national equity fund to guarantee comprehensive coverage for all of our people. We work together with the Ministry of Industry in order to strengthen the national production of essential supplies, doubling the capacity for the production of ventilators and converting part of our textile industry to produce PPE, personal protective equipment, with a view to strengthening the capacity of technological development, human resources, and diagnostic and research equipment. We created the Coronavirus Unit, through which we promoted 3 major national developments: the use of saliva as a sample in order to replace cotton swabs, a serological test to detect antibodies, and the use of plasma from recovering patients as a treatment. Furthermore, Argentina has been invited to participate in the multi-country solidarity study being run by WHO. Argentina wishes to indicate its interest in moving forward with any regional or global initiative designed to strengthen measures to combat the pandemic, and any initiative helping us to get access to the results of research into treatment, vaccines, or medical products. What we need is for states to encourage work to guarantee access to knowledge of these global public goods through free licenses or sufficiently accessible ones for societies all over the world. We will win this battle with the commitment of everybody. It's not just up to governments, it's a collective responsibility. And we are convinced that any measures being taken at national level must be in coordination with the international framework. In order to get out of this crisis and face this new reality, we need to design and sign up to a global solidarity pact. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Argentina. May I now invite the Philippines to follow by Belgium and Kenya. Philippines, you have the floor, please.
Health Assembly President, Director General, Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, fellow ministers, honorable delegates. The Philippines responded to the COVID-19 pandemic with a whole-of-government and whole-of-society approach, emphasizing quick response, resource management, and strategic communication. To guarantee health system resiliency on the road to national recovery, the Philippines is ramping up the country's testing capacity with increased licensed testing and mega-swabbing centers, clearly defining patient pathways for both COVID-19 and non-COVID-19 patients through province and citywide community-managed healthcare provider networks, defining the guidelines for mass repatriation and quarantine for migrant Filipinos, developing guidelines on non-pharmaceutical interventions as we transition to the new normal. We commend Dr. Tedros for his leadership and thank the WHO for being the primary external support for the public health and clinical management of the pandemic and for emphasizing the UN framework for socio-economic response to COVID-19. We are participating in WHO Solidarity Trial using 4 treatment regimens. Looking at the future, we call on the WHO to put a spotlight on the global code of practice on the recruitment of migrant health workers in a pandemic. Universal healthcare in countries of origin, transit, and destination should not leave behind the migrant populations. We also call for sustained support for the WHO Health Emergencies Program to help countries with weaker health systems. And lastly, the Philippines appeals to the WHO to facilitate regional and global solutions in the procurement of PPEs, testing kits, and medical equipment in view of the global shortage. Fellow member states, as we fight the pandemic, you have our firm commitment to stand shoulder to shoulder with you in working for a safer and healthier world. Thank you.
Thank you, Philippines. May I now invite Belgium to be followed by Kenya. Belgium, you have the floor.
Chair, colleagues, Director General, let me start by expressing my personal gratitude to healthcare workers across the world for their dedication during these challenging times. So, Chair, Belgium fully aligns itself to the statement made by Croatia on behalf of the European Union and its member states. We need three essential instruments in the fight against COVID-19: a whole of government approach, effective health systems, and diagnostic therapeutics, vaccines, and other medical equipment. So the World Health Organization plays an essential role in the management of all three of these instruments. Therefore, I explicitly express my support to the WHO and its leadership. So allow me to make a few remarks, colleagues. First, a reliable and coherent monitoring of the pandemic is key. Belgium decided to report deaths from confirmed COVID patients, but also the suspected cases. Although WHO recommended this approach, we note that we are one of the very few countries to do so. Unless we all register data in a uniform way, and effective monitoring is impossible. Secondly, in search of a treatment and a vaccine, we need international cooperation, coordination, and also solidarity. We count on the WHO to help us create instruments to assure the equitable access to a possible vaccine. Belgium has a strong tradition regarding the development of new treatments and vaccines. We recently allocated 5 billion euros to CIPI for research and decided to invest 20 million euros in an academic anti-infection unit, a Belgian vaccinopolis, to quickly test and evaluate the efficacy of vaccines on humans. Belgium is ready to show its international solidarity by making ICU beds available for humanitarian personnel in his hospitals. To end, I would like to stress the importance of accessible primary care health service. In order to mitigate the collateral damage of this crisis, we should avoid interruptions in essential initiatives on vaccination, sexual and reproductive health, HIV/AIDS, TB, malaria, and neglected tropical diseases. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Belgium. I will now invite Kenya to be followed by Cote d'Ivoire and then France. Kenya, you have the floor, please.
To address this historic
Honorable Minister, I'm afraid we cannot hear you. We'll come back to Kenya when we have sound quality.
Can you hear me now?
We can now. Please proceed, Honorable Minister.
I'm delighted to address this historic virtual 73rd World Health Assembly, the first of its kind since the establishment of World Health Organization. On behalf of the government of the Republic of Kenya, I wish to reaffirm our commitment to WHO and its leadership, led by Dr. Tendro, as it spearheads multilateral efforts in the response to COVID-19 pandemic. Kenya reported its first case of COVID-19 on March 13, 2020. As part of its preparedness, President Uhuru Kenyatta issued an executive order on February 28, establishing the National Emergency Response Committee on COVID-19. Since then, we have put in place economic, social, and public health measures aimed at interrupting the transmission of the virus within and beyond our geographic borders. Madam President, Kenya is making significant and steady progress towards flattening the curve. We have learned many lessons along the way and continue to apply mitigating measures day by day. Planning for the current situation as well as COVID-19, We aim to build greater resilience in our health systems through increased investments in primary healthcare and health commodity security as critical pillars towards the attainment of universal health coverage. Lessons learned from this crisis has reaffirmed the need for regional, global, and multilateral solidarity and cooperation. We now know that no nation can succeed in isolation. We are particularly encouraged by the demonstrations of unity and humanity shown both within countries and application of information technology. We thank all those who continue to support and collaborate with Kenya. Kenya therefore joins efforts aimed at ensuring universal, timely, and equitable access to COVID-19 tools as global public good for health. There is urgent need for the business community, including the pharmaceutical industry, to pay the profit motive and support the response to this pandemic. Otherwise, should we continue to behave normally, the pandemic will treat us abnormally. Recognizing that 2020 is the year of nurses and midwives, Kenya appreciates the critical role played by nurses and midwives in frontline health during this pandemic. Fortunately for us, so far, Kenya has not lost any worker to the disease. Let us all work together to end this pandemic. Emerge together, leaving no one behind. I thank you.
I thank you, Kenya. I will now invite Cote d'Ivoire to be followed by France and then Bahamas. Cote d'Ivoire, you have the floor, please. Okay, we don't seem to have Cote d'Ivoire yet again. We would go to France to be followed by Bahamas and then South Africa. France, you have the floor, please.
Madam President, heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen in your respective capacities and titles, colleagues, at a time when all of the continents are affected by the COVID-19 pandemic and at a time when many governments, thanks to the efforts of heroic caregivers and a committed civil society, are working to protect their citizens from this global crisis, I welcome the fact that the 73rd session of the World Health Assembly is able to be held today. I would like to endorse the statement made by Croatia on behalf of the EU and its member states. Given the scale of the health challenges, but also socio-economic challenges that we are all facing simultaneously, it strikes me as crucial to recall just how important multilateralism is important today in all of the fields, and especially in the field of health. On this occasion, I should like to recall France's full support to the World Health Organization, to its central role in coordination of international health cooperation. International solidarity has helped us, helps us, and will help us, I am convinced, to improve our health response to this pandemic. Therefore, I should like to encourage each and every one of you to pursue this unprecedented momentum of pooling of knowledge and resources in order to make progress jointly and for the sake of everyone in keeping with the One Health approach. I should also like to welcome the efforts of international organizations that have got involved in this process and also the initiatives that have been launched, such as the ACT Accelerator, which must allow us to guarantee the access of all to the tools to tackle COVID-19. I should like to hail the activities carried out by the EU at a regional and international level. In the long term, it is evident that we must build upon these gains and continue our international cooperation to make healthcare systems more adapted to our health needs, more resilient in the face of health crises, and more equitable in the face of health inequalities. In this context, and as per the mandate that was conferred to the organization since its inception, the World Health Organization has a key role to play in bringing together the international community and to promoting the health of populations. The universal nature of access to health, the quality and the safety of care, as well as the adoption of an inclusive approach in global health are essential issues for France. Ladies and gentlemen, in the light of the crisis we are going through, we share a collective responsibility. No region can win the battle against COVID-19 alone. Solidarity between countries is now more than ever vital to preserve our common goods. Health is one of those common goods. Today, clearly, it is one of the most essential ones, but as we see, it is one of the most fragile ones. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Franz. I understand we have the Honorable Prime Minister of Bahamas who would like to take the floor. Prime Minister, you're most welcome. You have the floor.
Mr. President, Director General, and distinguished colleagues, today we must embrace the challenges of COVID-19 and the opportunities it presents in terms of healthcare and social care and stability. We must chart a new course. We must acknowledge the new realities that are upon us as we develop and adopt innovative and relevant technologies to manage our societies and daily activities. The Bahamas wishes to bring to your attention the health challenges we continue to overcome and the dire economic situation that is upon us as a primarily tourism-based economy. At least 50% of our GDP is derived from tourism, which employs directly or indirectly up to 60% of the working population. Last September, we experienced Hurricane Dorian, one of the most powerful hurricanes in the Atlantic in recorded history, which ravaged our second and third most populous islands and economic centers. Now, COVID-19 has closed our borders and destroyed our tourism-dependent economy. Economic recovery is halted, even as we prepare for the impending hurricane season in our region, which begins on June 1st and extends to November 30th. The twin unprecedented events of Hurricane Dorian and the COVID-19 pandemic threaten to destabilize our health response and our public health gains. The Bahamas is a far-flung archipelago with many rural areas requiring us to replicate basic healthcare and social services in a geographic area which extends from South Florida in the United States to the tip of northern Cuba. These two seismic events threaten to widen inequalities and increase the burden of non-communicable disease. We benefited greatly from the application of WHO tools, particularly when testing capacity was limited. We support the draft resolution that addresses timely access to quality, safe, affordable, and efficacious diagnostic, therapeutic, medicines, and vaccines. We thank our partners who donated personal protective equipment and medical devices, training materials, and technical support. I wish to reiterate what I noted at the UN General Assembly last year, soon after Hurricane Dorian devastated two of our major islands. For many years, the Bahamas and countries with similar characteristics have urged an alternative to per capita gross national income as the sole indicator of a country's level of development and eligibility for concessionary financing. I also noted in my 2018 address to the General Assembly, we remain concerned and disappointed that the use of the distorted matrix of GDP per capita as a measurement of national wealth and viability causes the Bahamas to be assessed more favorably than it should be for contributions to international organizations and for the receipt of grants and international assistance when disaster strikes. In this vein, as we request assistance to address COVID-19 in the Bahamas and in other small island states, we urge the international community to adopt and to appreciate a broader understanding of the developmental levels and the unique local circumstances in our states. Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Most Honorable Prime Minister. We will now invite South Africa to make their statement, followed by Algeria and then Poland. South Africa, you have the floor, please.
Thank you. Thank you, President.
Please proceed, South Africa. South Africa, you may proceed with your statement, Honorable Minister. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Your Excellencies, the Director General, Mr. Tedros, and other ministers. South Africa joins the international community to respond with agency to the challenge of devastating COVID-19 and to collectively loss of the many lives that have been lost from the virus. As a country, we have not been spared by COVID-19. In fact, we are amongst those countries that are reporting the highest number of cases on the African continent. We have managed to keep our case fatality at approximately 1.9%. As of the 17th of May 2020, cumulatively we have 413,000 people with 14,000 positive cases and 261 deaths. The key objective of our COVID-19 response strategy has been to slow down the infection rate through several interventions. By delaying the spread of the disease, we've been able to strengthen the capacity of our health system and put in place wide-ranging public health programs to better manage the inevitable increase in the infections. Using the valuable time with the lockdown gave us, we have managed to significantly expand our testing and testing. In all, our workers have now treated over 10 million people. We have referred 32,000 for further testing. Our strategic approach is based on saving the lives and preserving livelihood. Like other countries, we are also experiencing challenges the following, such as the limited production, distribution, testing, and extraction by international suppliers. Personal protection in the form of masks, body suits remain a challenge, and balancing the need to save the lives and the economy, and our people are also not destitute. From the very beginning, our response has been guided by the advice from the world experts and from our country and across the world. We must take the opportunity to appreciate the guidance of the technical experts, WHO, further commend the leadership of the WHO, in particular Dr. Tedros, in these difficult times in the entire globe. As South Africa, we are pleased to be participating in the solidarity trail and look forward to using our franchise to also conduct research on markets. We wish to highlight His Excellency as the current chair of the joined the global people's vaccine statement, which emphasized that the vaccine should be available to on the basis of the ability to pay when the vaccine was produced. This is the real essence of universal health coverage at a global level, an example of real global solidarity. We as other nations have tested to the fullest, tested to the fullest from this pandemic, both from the health system and economic perspective. We have, however, become stronger and wiser. If we will collectively rise again as a nation, a family of nations across the globe, and will overcome these things. I wish to therefore thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I'm advised that we have now Congo, who is ready to make a statement on behalf of the African region, and we did play the video of Tunisia in their national capacity rather than in the regional statement that they had been also ready to present. So I'll call on Poland, and then I'll give the floor to Congo, to be followed by Tunisia. Poland, you have the floor, please.
Honorable Chair, distinguished Dr. Tedros, colleagues, Poland fully aligns itself with the statement delivered by Croatia on behalf of the EU and its member states. The world is facing a challenge that we must respond to in a spirit of solidarity and cooperation. A lot has already been done, but yet there is still much to do. To start with, I would like to thank WHO for its leading role and coordination in the global COVID-19 pandemic's response. We also express our deepest appreciation for the work and dedication of medical staff around the world. In this difficult time, you stood up to the challenge. Poland participates in the global efforts to combat the pandemics. We take part in the WHO Solidarity Trial. We have also sent our medical teams to other countries to support their fight against COVID-19. Moreover, Polish government has pledged funds contributing to ACT Accelerator. Last but not least, a drug produced by a Polish pharmaceutical company is registered as an element of supportive therapy for coronavirus infections. The global goal for the coming future is to find an effective drug and vaccine against COVID-19. We must make sure that both the drug and the vaccine will be equally accessible and affordable so that no one is left behind. Transition phase is ahead of us. We need to plan it very consciously and carefully to respond to the challenges ahead of us in the best possible manner. We are witnessing history, but we are also the ones who make it. Only by uniting our efforts we can combat COVID-19 pandemics. We declare our full commitment in the fight against the new coronavirus, and we ask the whole international community to unite its efforts in the spirit of solidarity and trust. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I'll now invite the Minister of Health for Congo to speak on behalf of the African region. Madam, you have the floor. Honorable Minister from Congo, you have the floor. Okay. I would move to the regional statement on behalf of the Eastern Mediterranean. I understand Congo is back. Honorable Minister, you have the floor, please.
Madame
President of the 73rd World Health Assembly, distinguished delegates, Director General, ladies and gentlemen, the Republic of Congo has the honor of making this statement on behalf of the African group members of the WHO at this 73rd session of the World Health Assembly, which is taking place for the first time in its history in virtual mode as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. The world has been struggling with this pandemic, which is putting the resilience of our healthcare systems to the test. All of the healthcare workers in our respective countries are fighting as hard as they can to combat the pandemic. We wish to thank the World Health Organization for its leadership in this response, And we pay tribute to all healthcare workers all over the world for their sterling work. Madam President, COVID-19 poses a serious threat to the health of people in the African continent. We have been struggling with fragile healthcare systems for many years, and African countries believe that it is vital that concerted efforts take place between the national and international levels to combat the pandemic. Therefore, we need to stress coordination and cooperation in our efforts. That's why the African Group has set up a group of experts from the African CDC and a coordinating committee at ministerial level. It's also created a COVID-19 response fund, and we thank all African ministers for their involvement in these efforts. Our common strategy to fight COVID-19 is focusing on reducing transmission and trying to mitigate the socio-economic impact. The African CDC, with its regional collaborating centres, continue to support the member states of the African Union in their efforts to respond to the pandemic. And we also have been enjoying the support of WHO and all of our other partners. Madam President, the African region also realizes that we need to continue with our efforts to promote primary health care, to step up UHC, and to try to attain the highest possible level of health and well-being for all. And we encourage all countries to strengthen their healthcare systems in order to try to achieve the SDGs by 2030. We still have a great deal to do, but health for all should be our focus as we continue with the global effort to vaccinate and to attain our healthcare goals. The socio-economic and health situation of Africa is, of course, threatened by COVID-19, and once again, we hope that WHO will provide us with all necessary support. And we hope that the IP system will play its role. And we hope that countries can make full use of flexibilities in the context of the IP system. And we hope that member states will have equitable access to medicines and healthcare products. We wish to reiterate our firm support for Dr. Tedros and for the WHO's leadership role in fighting health threats at global level. Thank you very much indeed.
Honourable Minister, may I now invite the Minister of Health for Tunisia to make a statement on behalf of the Eastern Mediterranean region. Honourable Minister, you have the floor. Thank you.
Mr. Director General of the WHO and dear delegates, member states of the WHO, ladies and gentlemen, we thank the Director General and WHO on behalf of the Eastern Mediterranean region for the effort to support member states in responding to COVID-19. We face an immense global health challenge The situation demands coordinated, decisive, and innovative action from all of us. The Eastern Mediterranean region faces humanitarian emergencies on a colossal scale which have significantly weakened the health system in the region due to the continuation of armed conflicts in parts of our region. And this has required the efforts of the society as a whole, which is an approach that is essential to contain the spread of COVID-19, with a focus on strengthening systems that are critical for better preparedness and response. We note that on the 24th of April, heads of state and global health leaders made an unprecedented commitment to work together to accelerate the development and production of new vaccines, tests, and treatments for COVID-19, and to ensure equitable access to them throughout the world. As soon as the first COVID-19 cases were reported globally, the WHO regional office and country offices stepped up work to support member states to prepare for the likely impact of the virus in our region. We would like to thank the regional director for this valuable technical, operational, and material assistance. Member States' response to the pandemic reflects the values set out in the WHO's vision for the region, Vision 2023, which emphasizes solidarity and action to achieve health for all by all. Although major efforts have been made to implement needed public health measures, we still face many challenges. We are still learning about this new virus, and member states in the region are at different stages of the epidemic. We have therefore to prepare for subsequent waves of transmission, both in countries where case numbers are declining and in those where the pandemic has not yet peaked. We must protect and invest in our healthcare workers. We must continue to engage, mobilize, inform, and support our communities. And we need to make sure that people continue to have access to other essential health services, such as immunization and maternal and child health care. We urge WHO to continue to pursue scientific solutions to COVID-19 and to identify sustainable approaches that will enable countries to minimize transmission while allowing the gradual resumption of economic and social life based on careful risk assessments. We further request that WHO and its partners continue to work with governments and others to help ensure the flow of vital medical supplies and other goods and services between countries. We acknowledge the ongoing work by the WHO and partners in establishing the interagency COVID-19 supply chain system. This is essential so as to allow low and middle income countries to effectively respond to the pandemic according to the international health regulations of 2005. We urge the global community to continue following the principles of international law and the Charter of the United Nations in order to enable an effective response to COVID-19 in every country. We finally emphasize the critical importance of global cooperation to contain the pandemic in furtherance of the right to health and to life, and we therefore reiterate the call by the United Nations Secretary General and the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights for an end to those unilateral sanctions which are impeding international collaborative efforts to curb the spread of the virus and treat patients in the targeted countries. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, and please accept our sincere apologies. I will now move on to Algeria, to be followed by Botswana, and then Zimbabwe. Algeria, you have the floor, please. Okay, we don't seem to have Algeria. We would now proceed to Botswana, to be followed by Zimbabwe, and then Germany. Botswana, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chairperson. Botswana note with satisfaction all efforts made by the World Health Organization to control and contain the COVID-19 pandemic, one of the most unprecedented outbreaks and perhaps by far one of the most sobering public health emergencies the world has experienced in a long time. The assistance provided by WHO to member states in order to strengthen their capacity to prevent, detect, and confirm rapid response to public health risk and save life has no doubt mitigated what could have been a telling catastrophe, particularly for the developing countries. We, however, note with concern some challenges associated with our historic weak health systems, such as inadequate resources and emergency response to public health threats. Other issues relate to financing, incident management systems, public awareness and community engagements, further compounded by porous borders. We equally note the economic development and social consequences of this outbreak and the constellation of threats to lives and livelihood of our people. Chairperson, there is now need, more than ever, for all member states and development partners to step up health security efforts by reinforcing the development of resilient health systems and improve efforts for prevention, alert and response to public health emergency. Botswana therefore calls for greater investment in emergency preparedness and research and development to ensure a robust global health risk framework. Following the outbreak in Botswana, His Excellency the President established a multi-sectoral National Public Health Emergency and Preparedness Committee and a National Presidential Task Force to coordinate the response. The main focus of our response is on prevention, preparedness, recovery, and continuity of the health system and the economy. Through our efforts, we have so far tested about 13,000 people, which translates to about 6,000 tests per million. And we've registered 25 COVID-19 positive cases, 17 recoveries, and only 1 death. Chairperson, as Botswana, we reaffirm our support for the WHO and its leading role in the global health governance and public health emergency. I commend the Director General, Dr. Tedros, and his team for a sterling job. In conclusion, I wish to express my appreciation for the frontline workers and support staff the world over for their hard work and sacrifice. We are a resilient species, and we shall overcome. I thank you.
I thank you, Honorable Minister. May I now invite Zimbabwe to be followed by Germany, Fiji, and Malta. Zimbabwe, you have the floor, please.
Accessibility shortcuts, 17 items, voice guide. On.
Honorable Minister from Zimbabwe, you have the floor. We would move to Germany and then come back to Zimbabwe when we have the feed. Germany, you have the floor, please. I'm afraid we still don't have Germany. We would go to Fiji and then Malta. Fiji, you have the floor, please.
Buluminak, the Director General of World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus, Honorable Ministers and delegations from member states, distinguished excellencies, donor partners, and philanthropists, global WHO technical support teams, Ladies and gentlemen, I am indeed honored to address you all today. The COVID-19 global pandemic is no doubt an extraordinary event for all humanity and has brought suffering to countless families and communities across the globe. I take this time on behalf of the government and the people of Fiji to express our deepest and most sincere sympathy to governments and citizens of all nations who have lost loved ones from the COVID-19 pandemic. Fiji's Prime Minister, the Honorable Jose Aburenge Bainimarama, has been at the forefront of our fight against COVID-19. His firm leadership and the support of Cabinet and the critical government agencies and statutory bodies ensured an efficient decision-making process and the timely implementation of containment strategies that reduce the risk of spread of the disease in the community. Three main drivers that greatly facilitated Fiji's preparedness and response effort were the approval by government for a supplementary COVID-19 budget that provided additional funding to the Health Ministry, the amendment to the Fiji Public Health Act, and the declaration of a state of natural disaster for the COVID-19 disease. The declaration of 2 states of natural disaster, with one being the result of a disease outbreak, is unprecedented in Fiji's history. However, those critical actions enable us to make crucial decisions and implement measures that ensure the protection of public safety, the timely intervention for those who are suspected or confirmed with the disease, and the ultimate recovery for those under our hospital care. Our border control measures were instituted and rapidly escalated as the pandemic continued its global spread. Social or physical distancing measures that were implemented nationally included targeted community lockdowns, night curfews, and the closing of amusement centers like cinemas, liquor bars, nightclubs, gyms, and community swimming pools. Our contact tracing teams that include personnel from health, the military and police force have followed up 100% of all close contacts of the confirmed cases and continue to follow them up to date. WHO assisted our laboratory testing capacity, firstly through the sending of samples to the reference laboratory in Melbourne, Australia, and later with the opening of our own RT-PCR testing facility at the Fiji Center for Disease Control on the 11th of March 2020. As I speak, Fiji has recorded 18 cases of COVID-19, 14 of which had recovered, and 4 are still active, and with an overall recovery rate at the moment at 78%. Fiji has successfully broken the chain of transmission within the community with strong and timely public health measures, and particularly with the early removal of every case and their close contacts into dedicated health facilities with monitored isolation. Fiji experience has shown that a whole-of-government approach is absolutely necessary, with decisive leadership and swift implementation of strategies are critical for lowering mobility and mortality from this pandemic. Fiji has also shown that in the presence of the impact of climate change, the ability of a small island nation to mount an effective response to an outbreak of infectious diseases will require a Herculean effort that will impact greatly on its resources for many years to come. I thank you.
I thank you, Fiji. We understand Zimbabwe is online. We would give the floor to the Honorable Minister of Zimbabwe, and then we'll come to Germany and Malta. Zimbabwe, you have the floor, please. Minister, we are unable to hear you. Could you... Okay, we will try again. Do we have the Honorable Minister of Health for Germany online? Okay, we will move to Malta, to be followed by Thailand. Malta, you have the floor, please. We will move to Thailand. We'll move to Thailand and then Colombia. Thailand, you have the floor, please.
Mr. President, we are at war against COVID-19. Thailand has hammered down the epidemic and is cautiously moving into the dancing stage. We have learned important lessons. First, we have survived only the first few battles. Before the war is over, we must remain vigilant and should not yet declare victory. Second, this war requires the leadership of the head of state or government to ensure effective multi-sectoral actions. As the battlefield is nationwide, more than 1 million Thai village health volunteers and leaders of local governments have been actively involved. Third, a wide range of mandatory and voluntary measures is needed. Their success requires strong public awareness, engagement, and cooperation. Fourth, although fighting COVID-19 requires political decisions, we must quarantine politicizing COVID-19 to ensure solidarity. Finally, COVID-19 proves the value of long-term investment on universal health coverage and health systems, manned by well-trained and committed health workers, especially nurses. Our USC covers all health services of COVID-19 for everyone on Thai soil. We do not and will not leave anyone behind. We do not have other options. We only have to fight, and we will win. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. May I now invite Colombia to be followed by Australia and Indonesia. Colombia, you have the floor, please.
Un saludo especial al presidente.
I would like to issue a special greeting to the Assembly Chairperson, the Bureau, and the WHO staff and delegations. We would also like to thank the DG and the WHO staff for all of their hard work over the past few months by offering technical assistance to countries in order to fight the epidemic. The COVID-19 pandemic has put all of our health systems to the test, as well as our epidemiological surveillance systems, and has required great technical and economic efforts in order to face the epidemic. The quarantine period also allowed for us to strengthen our healthcare services, our responsiveness, our care capacity, and our ability to take actions in order to develop and protect our population given the health risks. Colombia, which is a country of 50 million inhabitants, has taken up a number of actions, which including isolating the population over 70 years of age, eliminating school for kindergartens and primary school, as well as actions meant to ensure physical distancing of people as fundamental strategies in order to face the epidemic. Colombia has carried out more than 150,000 tests to date. We have made an investment of almost $5.4 billion related to direct care and indirect care for the affected population, and we are trying to strengthen our capacity in order to give more tests, and also we are carrying out social and communitary efforts in order to protect people. Colombia as a country and as a society has been able to create solidarity and also means for cooperation with neighboring countries in order to carry out joint actions in order to face the risk that is inherent in providing full-scale care for our population. We would like to particularly call upon all countries in the world, as well as those who are members of the Pan-American Health Organization and the World Health Organization in order to develop cooperation mechanisms which would allow for us to pool efforts and to develop protocols and strategies in order to deal with the epidemic and also to relaunch our social, cultural, and economic situation. Thank you.
I will now invite Australia to be followed by Indonesia. Australia, you have the floor.
Australia recognises the suffering many countries are enduring, and we stand in solidarity with our frontline health workers and express our condolences to all the families of COVID-19 victims. Our steps towards suppressing COVID-19 were swift and we acted decisively, containing our cases to approximately 7,000. As a result, we are now therefore able to carefully ease some restrictions. But no single country or organisation can effectively respond to COVID-19 alone. We therefore thank the EU for its leadership and are proud to co-sponsor the COVID-19 resolution. We are pleased to have support for an impartial, independent and comprehensive evaluation of the global response. We need to learn the lessons from this pandemic and ensure we have the strongest possible global health architecture with an enhanced ability to prevent and respond to future outbreaks. This could include an examination of whether the WHO's mandate and powers, including around inspection, need to be strengthened to ensure WHO members have timely access to critical data, and we need to protect against the global health threat posed by wildlife wet markets. Global efforts also need to prioritise finding a vaccine, and Australian researchers are playing a vital role in this. Australia is providing development assistance in response to the pandemic, and the WHO is an important partner in this effort. Inclusivity has never been more important as we confront the immediate impacts on communities and economies. It is essential that no populations or potential partners are excluded. Australia will continue working with the global community to end this pandemic and strengthen health systems to protect against future pandemics.
Thank you very much, Australia. We will now invite Indonesia, and I understand that Germany is back online now, so we'll go to Germany after Indonesia. Indonesia, you have the floor, please.
Excellencies, at the outset, our appreciation to the WHO for its continued support and effort in coordinating the global COVID-19 response. We extend our sympathy and condolences to all who has been affected. Today, the world come together to fight a common enemy that has impacted gravely the global social and economy to every country. Indonesia joined global effort to continue increasing concerted measures to prevent, detect and respond COVID-19. In its own part, Indonesia has formulated a series of policies to fight COVID-19 in all aspects of health, social and economy through whole government and whole society approach. Allow me to stress out the importance for us to deliver a unified and synergized action to end COVID-19 by first, strengthening our political solidarity. Second, ensuring the global supply chain for accessing essential medicine and medical equipment for all countries remain open, and to ensure a mechanism for equitable and timely access to affordable medical and vaccine for COVID-19. Third, supporting the strengthening of the national health capacity of countries in need remain crucial. Multilateralism should remain the platform for international cooperation, and Indonesia commits to support the success of WHO Solidarity Trial and ready to contribute to upscaling production of a new antiviral and vaccine COVID-19 for global need. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Indonesia. Unfortunately, we appear to have lost Germany again, but they'll come back online. Could we try Zimbabwe and then Cote d'Ivoire? Zimbabwe, you have the floor.
Thank you once again, President of the 73rd World Health Assembly, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of the Bahamas, Her Excellency Mrs. Kiva Bain, the Director General of the WHO, Dr. Tedros, distinguished guests. Let me begin by congratulating you, Madam President, and the Bureau on your election to preside over these proceedings. Allow me also to express our sincere condolences to the families who lost loved ones to COVID-19 and our solidarity with all countries. Zimbabwe commends Dr. Tedros, the whole entire WHO staff, and the global health workforce for their hard work. In response to the COVID-19 threat, our President, His Excellency, Comrade Emerson Mnangagwa, declared a state of national disaster on the 17th of March 2020 and announced the postponement of major national events and discouragement of travel to and from high-risk countries. Zimbabwe recorded its first COVID-19 case on 21 March 2020 and introduced a national lockdown on the 30th of March 2020. We have recorded 46 cases, 18 recovered, and lost 4. Going forward, we plan to increase the number of tests per day, but we are hampered by lack of access to test kits and PPE. We have improved our COVID-19 surveillance and contact tracing with a mobile app. And one of our challenges was quickly decentralizing operations to provinces. However, significant progress has been made on that score, and we continue to strengthen our primary healthcare systems. Since February 2020, we have instituted travel restrictions with a 21-day mandatory quarantine for returning residents. We continue to strengthen our public health rapid response teams to conduct case investigation and screening of contacts and high-risk groups. In conclusion, let me express my government's gratitude to the WHO, development partners, and countries that have provided support to our COVID-19 response and our continued strengthening of our routine health service delivery. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. May I now invite the Minister of Health from Côte d'Ivoire to be followed by Bhutan and then India. Côte d'Ivoire, you have the floor. Honorable Minister, we don't seem to have a sound. We will come back to you when your sound is a bit more audible. Could we now invite the Minister of Health for Bhutan to be followed by India? Thank you. Bhutan, you have the floor.
Thank you. Madam President, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, and distinguished delegates, first of all, I would like to convey the warmest greetings of His Majesty the King, the Royal Government, and the people of Bhutan to the 73rd World Health Assembly. The world now more than ever has realized the importance of investing in the health for all and health in all agenda. Today, as we convene the 73rd WHA, the world is faced with an unprecedented public health crisis. This global pandemic has reminded us of the critical need to invest in building resilient and sustainable health for all. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we thank the Director General for the efficient leadership and progressive role of the organization in responding and coordinating with the member states and partners in our preparedness and response efforts in combating the current pandemic. Bhutan is pleased to note the global solidarity expressed by member states, and I convey my sincere prayers and goodwill to contain the global outbreak and restore peace and well-being. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Bhutan's response to the COVID-19 pandemic is led by His Majesty the King, who himself is at the front line and continues to lead with compassion and wisdom. Guided by the wisdom of His Majesty, Bhutan's response has been a whole of a society approach to ensure that no individuals and families face any hardship due to the current pandemic. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Bhutan strongly supports that this global pandemic can only be addressed successfully through united and concerted effort of all member states. Therefore, we would like to add our voice to the long list of member states who have expressed their unwavering support to the united resolution to respond to COVID-19. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Bhutan reaffirms our commitment to work collectively towards the benefit of not only the Bhutanese but also the population around the world. We also wish to send a strong reminder to support and secure safety of our health professionals and other frontline workers who are directly at the forefront battling COVID-19. Lastly, I, on behalf of the government, would like to extend our support and cooperation for a successful deliberation with sincere prayers for good health and happiness for all. Tashidele, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Bhutan. We would now invite the Honorable Minister for Health for India and to be followed by Malta. India, you have the floor, please.
Her Excellency Ms. Keva Bain, President of the World Health Committee, Dr. Tedros, Director General of WHO, and Excellency, at the very outset, I wish to express my deepest condolences at the loss of lives across the world due to COVID-19. I also take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude for the efforts of those who are in the front line of this battle. We in India undertook the COVID-19 challenge with the highest level of political commitment. Our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, personally monitored the situation and ensured a preemptive, proactive, and graded response, leaving no stones unturned to contain the deadly virus from spreading. India took all necessary steps well in time, including surveillance and entry, evacuation of stranded overseas, massive community surveillance through robust disease surveillance network, strengthening of health infrastructure, capacity building of over 2 million frontline human resources, risk communication, and community involvement. I think we did well and we did well. We are learning and we are confident of doing better in the months to come. Excellency, today there are compelling circumstances that have forced us all to meet virtually. The 73rd World Health Assembly is the first ever virtual health assembly. It is unprecedented, but it's also perhaps the most important one ever. Because as we sit and discuss here, the pandemic continues to kill thousands of people and also causing a deep global recession. This is the time when humankind must come together. Today, I urge upon the governments, industry, and the philanthropy to prioritize the long term and pool their resources to ensure everyone benefits. On our part, India is playing a key role in fostering bilateral and regional partnerships. Under our Prime Minister's able leadership, India has supplied essential medicines to 123 nations as an expression of solidarity. Therapeutics, diagnostics, and vaccines for the whole world is the only way out of the pandemic. Global collaboration is paramount. Governments, industry, and philanthropy must pool resources to pay for the risk, research, manufacturing, and distribution, but with the condition that the rewards should be available to everyone, regardless of where they have been developed. Today, in the two-day deliberations, we should share our learnings from how each one of us has tackled the catastrophe since January, how we can support the financial or technical gaps that some of our member states may have, and agree to continue R&D in an aggressive and collaborative way. In congratulating all those who are striving to save humanity, we welcome efforts to make all international institutions more reflective of 21st century realities. India will always stand with such efforts to foster meaningful and broad-based change. I close my speech today with a loud applause for all those across the world who are in the forefront of this battle against the deadly virus. I stand here to honor the doctors, the nurses, the paramedics, the scientists, the journalists, the delivery boys, security staff, sanitation staff, and the police personnel. The forgotten roles who are today playing superhumans. They are our real heroes. Many thanks for the opportunity to speak before this gathering.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. May I now invite Malta to be followed by Iran. Malta, you have the floor.
General Director, colleagues, good afternoon. Malta aligns itself with the statement delivered by Croatia on behalf of the Council of the European Union. If ever there was a time for nationalism and for solidarity between nations and between regions, now is that time. There is no doubt that each and every one of us in each and every country that we live and work in will be judged, will be scrutinized, we will be audited, and I'm sure in some instances there will be recriminations. And as all of us have to stand to the scrutiny, so does WHO. And yes, there will be a time when WHO's actions, policies during these weeks and months will be scrutinized. But now, in my opinion, is the time for support and the time for closing ranks. And Malta supports WHO in its work over the last 4 months, and we augur that it continues to work with the same zeal and dedication that it has done so far. International solidarity has to happen in practice. The big issue over the next few weeks, months, possibly years, is the production and the availability of vaccines to all countries and to all citizens in all the world. Lives matter wherever they are in the world. Therefore, it is absolutely essential that there is no part of our global society which is excluded from the availability of vaccines and when they are. And I am sure and I am positive that WHO has an important role to play in this. And Malta will want to support WHO in this. Thank you very much. Keep up your good work.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. May I now invite the Minister of Health for Iran.
For the
mobilizing and coordinating our collective battle against the COVID-19 pandemic. The organization truly deserves to be supported, not pressured by any member state. My country has been hit hard by the outbreak. However, we have managed to flatten the curve and reduce the mortality rate drastically due to extensive public health measures taken on the basis of the whole of state, whole of society approach. In our ambitious national campaign to curb the virus, more than 78 million people were screened using our strong PHC infrastructure in a stepwise referral system, which resulted in dramatic reduction in hospital admissions. In second round of screening, 22 million high-risk people were targeted. We provided equal care for all based on needs, including elderly, poor, and even refugees. We expanded our laboratory capacities to outpatient clinics, focusing on contact tracing, isolation, and early treatment. To avoid further damage to the economy, in the framework of smart distancing, we decided a step-by-step reopening of businesses. I would like to underline the critical importance of global solidarity and international collaboration to overcome the pandemic and to ensure timely, affordable, and equitable access to medicines and vaccines. Unilateral sanctions are inhuman impediments that inflict unnecessary suffering and pain. The US must be held to account for its ever intensifying genocidal sanctions against Iranian and other affected nations. The year 2020 is named the Year of Nurses and Midwives, and I would like to commend all frontline health workers, particularly those who dedicated their lives to save COVID patients. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Madam President, we've now moved into the second session that we had made inscriptions for. I'd just like to point out that there are a number of countries who had inscribed for the second session, and we would like to accommodate that request, given that they inscribed on the list much earlier than some of the countries that we have now for this session. And to that end, we would like to invite, after Norway, Mexico, Canada, Nigeria, USA, Honduras, Zambia, Cuba, Brazil, Peru, and then Panama. So we'll give the floor to Norway, and then we'll invite these names that I've just read out. Thank you. Norway, you have the floor.
President, we are amidst one of the worst crises of our time. We are profoundly grateful to all those who put themselves at risk to save others. We must remain focused. We must uphold health and human rights while minimizing effects on the economy and social well-being. Afterward, we must evaluate and improve. President, crisis worsens existing inequality. We must therefore protect the most vulnerable and abuse. We will leave no one behind. It is our shared duty to contribute to the rapid development of a vaccine and to commit to make it fairly distributed. Norway, as a co-lead for is dedicated to prepare for SDG's Global Action Plan can play a crucial role. President, we had to shut down our societies. Solidarity prevail. Let us use this opportunity to come out as a
Okay, we would take Nigeria and then come back to Canada and Mexico. Nigeria, you have the floor, please. come back after a short recess. I think we have a slight technical challenge. We would. Is Mexico ready? Mexico, you have the floor.
Embajadora Keva Bain.
Ambassador Keva Bain, President of the 73rd World Health Assembly, Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, Director General of the World Health Organization, ministers, heads of delegation, representatives of international organizations, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is truly a pleasure to address you, colleagues throughout all regions in the world, in this historic occasion that is the 73rd World Health Assembly in a virtual form. Although we are separated in space, we are closer than ever with a common objective, facing the effects of coronavirus with health as at the forefront of our interests beyond commercial interests, as well as protecting our health workers and preparing for what will happen afterwards. SARS-CoV-2 unmasked other similar pandemics or worse pandemics than the virus itself, such as overweight, obesity, diabetes, and high blood pressure. We cannot and we should not return to normal. We have to turn everything around, and there has never been a better time in history to strengthen our efforts in order to ensure better nutrition and to include environmental health as an indivisible determinant for human health, and to include it permanently in our agendas under our Sustainable Development Agenda. Mexico recognizes the important effort of the WHO in order to carry out this meeting. We are convinced that this very complex time we will have the opportunity to guide and coordinate our response on the world level in a coordinated way based on scientific evidence and political will. It has been made clear that we need to consolidate our healthcare systems. It has to be focused on people and guided by principles of justice and solidarity as a basis in order to guarantee health as a right without any type of distinctions. This is the basis in order to strengthen our preparedness vis-a-vis future health threats. Mexico has begun under the administration of President Andrés Manuel López Obrador a full-scale transformation of its healthcare system in order to make health a human right and to make this a reality with a particular focus on primary health care and building a system that has no barriers to accessing care. This has allowed for us to offer a people-friendly response to the pandemic and focus on responding to communities. In this spirit, Mexico is working to respect human rights of the entire population by integrating gender perspective, and we must not allow for COVID-19 to be a factor for discrimination, stigma, or xenophobia, and thus affecting the most vulnerable parts of the population. Furthermore, Mexico would like to highlight the extraordinary work done by health workers to face this crisis. We think that in this year, which is the International Year of Nurses and Midwives, their central role in strengthening healthcare systems and reaching the Sustainable Development Goals, including reducing inequalities and ensuring access to health, is essential. Inequalities were also present in supplying medical supplies. This is why Mexico aware of the principles of solidarity and cooperation as pillars of global action, submitted to the General Assembly a draft resolution in order to guarantee, through solidarity and international cooperation, access on the world level in a way that is fair, transparent, efficient, and timely to preventative tools, healthcare products, vaccines, and other necessary medical equipment in order to fight the pandemic. Under these same principles, Mexico is also participating in the solidarity exercise of the WHO in order to find an efficient, effective treatment for COVID-19 and ensure fair and equal access to that treatment. Mexico reaffirms its commitment and calls for us to continue cooperating in order to overcome this crisis and to strengthen the global capacity in order to face health crisis in the future. We should all work together as one so that world health will be a reality for everyone. If we work together, we will be able to prevail. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. We will now invite Canada to be followed by Nigeria. Canada, you have the floor, please.
Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, I'm honored to address the World Health Assembly on behalf of Canada. 2020 est l'année internationale de santé.
2020 is the International Year of Nurses and Midwives, so I would like to highlight the important role that they play, as well as all of the other frontline healthcare workers.
The COVID-19 pandemic requires us to learn constantly, to share widely, and quickly to support an evidence-based response. Global cooperation on health has never been more important, and that's why Canada values the leadership of the World Health Organization. Our institutions are helping us accomplish together what we cannot do alone. This includes collaborative research and development efforts to make a future treatment or vaccine available, accessible, and affordable. The COVID-19 pandemic has reinforced the importance of working together to build a global health community where everyone is included. A world where we are better able to support the most vulnerable and at-risk populations. We must do better to reduce inequalities related to age, gender, and income that have been intensified by this pandemic. And we must continue to address mental health and well-being. No one should suffer in silence. Strong and resilient health systems and primary health care help us to and recover faster. We can and we will learn from this pandemic, including through a comprehensive post-crisis review, to ensure we are all better prepared the next time. As we build a new normal, Canada is ready to do its part. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. May I now invite the US to be followed by Nigeria and then Honduras. United States of America, you have the floor.
Director General Tedros, fellow ministers, COVID-19 has tragically taken hundreds of thousands of lives, impacted millions of people, and done deep damage to, let's be frank, about one of the primary reasons this outbreak spun out of control. There was a failure by this organization to obtain the information that the world needed, and that failure cost many lives. The United States welcomes the assistance provided by our friends during this crisis, and we have been proud to allocate over $9 billion that will benefit the global to support more than 40 of the most at-risk countries. The United States launched the first human vaccine trial and reported the first positive results from a therapeutic clinical trial. These successes and the transparent way in which we share them will benefit the whole world. Operations must be transparent too. And we support an independence, its key mandate, and that member states comply with the international health regulations. In an apparent attempt to conceal this outbreak, at least one met the obligations with tremendous cost for the entire world. We saw that WHO failed at its core mission of information. Member states do not act in good faith. This cannot ever happen again. The status quo is intolerable.
World Health Assembly, an assembly which is certainly out of the ordinary, which is taking place in times when solidarity and cooperation among countries are more necessary and indispensable than ever. Today, we are facing unprecedented challenges, including the need to diminish the impacts that have had success, such as China, Taiwan, which has become a model for member states. We have no doubt that by including them as partners, the WHO and member states will benefit enormously hand in hand with us in order to end this health crisis. Every country should global responses based on our capacities and strengths, but also in solidarity and in a united fashion. I would like to take this opportunity in order to pay tribute to health workers in Honduras and throughout the world who dedicate their lives to caring for their populations. They deserve for us to focus our efforts on continuing providing the conditions in order to ensure they are protected. And this is why we need the solidarity of all countries and industry in general. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May we now invite the Minister of Health for Zambia to be followed by Cuba. Zambia, you have the floor.
Mr. President, honorable ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Zambia, the stewardship of the Republican President, His Excellency Dr. Edgar Chagolungu, has been her health system to reposition universal health coverage anchored on primary care. In this transformation agenda, public health security is a high priority in focus and led to the birth of the Zambia National Public Health Institute, which is the technical arm that oversees this surveillance, epidemic preparedness and response. In response to the COVID-19 outbreak, Zambia activated the Public Health Emergency Center and set up the incident management system. A COVID-19 response plan based on the whole government and society collaborative approach has been crafted that seeks the delicate balance between allowing key areas of the economy to run while abating a public health crisis. The response focuses on surveillance, case detection, health management, diagnosis, infection prevention and control, human capital enhancement, and risk communication and engagement. At the different phase, Zambia has recorded 761 cases of COVID-19, with 7 related deaths and 192 recoveries. Zambia calls for perpetuated solidarity and unity of purpose. Let the world liberate resources to enhance the expansion of laboratory testing platforms, full procurement for PPEs, and invest in research for vaccines. Zambia appreciates the role the World Health Organization has played and the leadership of Dr. Tedros in pitching universal health coverage and health emergencies at the apex of the global health agenda. We further thank all the health workers globally that have battled COVID-19 at the front line and pay our respect to all those who paid the ultimate price. Finally, Zambia reaffirms its call for health system strengthening, for universal health coverage, and enhanced efforts to fight HIV/AIDS, TB, malaria, NCD, maternal deaths, and child deaths. Together, we can defeat COVID-19, push the UHC agenda, and make the world a safer place to live in. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We will now invite Cuba to be followed by Brazil, Peru, and Panama. Cuba, you have the floor, please.
Gracias, señora Presidenta. Thank you very much. Dear Director General, Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, distinguished ministers of health, ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 is a global challenge which does not make any distinctions of borders, ideologies, or levels of development. It has put the healthcare systems and the response capacity of the world to the test. When the first cases were diagnosed in Cuba on March 11th, there were already measures being applied from the national plan developed under the protocols and best practices of the WHO. This allowed for us to strengthen the epidemiological surveillance capacity and also to guarantee early diagnosis and treatment. Its implementation is supported by a free and resilient healthcare system with an indicator of 9 doctors per 1,000 inhabitants, which allows for a 100% coverage of the population, and also a medical, pharmaceutical, and biotechnological industry with innovative products for treatments such as alpha-2b interferon monoclonal antibodies and the CIGB258 peptide and surfacin. This allowed for the country to currently be in its favorable situation vis-a-vis the pandemic. However, we have not lost sight of protecting our people nor the solidarity which emerged from the Cuban Revolution. More than 2,000 collaborators organized in 25 medical brigades of the Henry Reeve contingent are contributing to the fight against this illness in 23 states. Furthermore, there are 28,000 healthcare professionals which are already in 59 nations. This was not prevented by the genocidal blockade imposed by the United States against Cuba, which has been cruelly stepped up, nor the attempts of the government of this country to discredit and hinder medical cooperation from Cuba. President, no country can face this crisis alone. There needs to be a world-level response based on unity, solidarity, and multilateral cooperation. Cuba reiterates to the WHO and its member states its willingness to cooperate and share our modest experience. Thank you.
May I now invite Brazil to be followed by Peru.
Okay. Director General, honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to express my deepest solidarity to all families in the world, especially in Brazil, for their losses due to COVID-19. The coronavirus pandemic brought a challenging reality for the entire world. Brazil has organized its response within two macro structures. The Crisis Committee, coordinated by the Presidency, and the Emergency Operational Committee, coordinated by the Ministry of Health. The mission of the first one is monitoring and coordinating inter-ministry measures. And the mission of the second one is defining health strategies and actions related to this public health emergency. As we know, Brazil has a continental dimensions and important regional differences that require appropriate strategies to respond to each of them. Through dialogue with the three levels of governance, having focus on the north and northeast regions of the country that has some particular challenges. The federal government daily assesses the risk situation, supports states and cities with the necessary resources to mitigate the effects of the pandemic. In addition, the Ministry of Health has been adjusting its protocols based on evidence and on the needs of most affected places. I would like to express my deep respect and thanks to all health professionals and people involved in the frontline response. Finally, I'd like to reinforce Brazil's commitment to support and to participate in international initiatives, such as the Solidarity Trial, which reinforces international cooperation and seeks to guarantee universal access to diagnostic, treatment, and vaccines, allowing us to save lives and safely return to normal, leaving no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. May we now invite Peru to be followed by Panama and Costa Rica. Peru, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias. El Perú expresa sus...
Thank you very much. Peru would like to express its condolences to those who lost their loved ones during the pandemic and our greatest level of gratitude to the valuable health professionals, mostly women throughout the world. We are facing a global crisis which requires a global response. Hence, Peru's reaffirmed commitment to multilateralism and its institutions. We acknowledge the major efforts undertaken by the WHO, and we think that its mandate to face pandemics must be strengthened through strengthening its capacity for coordination and response nationally, regionally, and internationally. We are faced with the need to look at the possibility of medical innovations and vaccines as global assets, global commodities, which should be universally accessed. And even through the use of international trade law through expropriations. We also would like to say that we have to take unprecedented efforts in order to overcome gaps and also to offer direct care to the most vulnerable populations as well as to stimulate the economy. Also, the efforts in order to reach universal health coverage and sustainable development, this is something that will require international solidarity in order to strengthen national efforts, including countries that have a relatively better situation, such as Peru, in order to meet our commitment to leave no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We would invite Panama and then followed by Costa Rica. Panama, you have the floor. Panama? Okay, we would invite Costa Rica to take the floor. Costa Rica, you have the floor.
One of the best decisions taken by countries regarding health was in the United Nations system framework to create an international organization seeking to protect and improve the health of peoples. The World Health Organization has been that body which throughout the decades has taken a leadership role on the political and technical level in all countries in order to make the best decisions in this regard. In quite trying times, underlined by the COVID-19 pandemic, we must take another step, and also we need to pool all of our technology, all of our knowledge, all of our possible inputs into a universal repository of, in order to allow for countries in order to use this knowledge. This pandemic will last many more months, and we have to do this in an altruistic attitude for humanitarian purposes. We trust that the WHO will continue offering that leadership, which is so important for countries as a reference point in health, and will allow for the policies and guidelines to prevail in this regard.
We will now invite Ecuador to be followed by Sri Lanka, Israel, and Barbados. Ecuador, you have the floor. To have Ecuador, We would invite Sri Lanka, followed by Israel. Sri Lanka, you have the floor. Sri Lanka, you have the floor, please. Okay, we would invite Israel to take the floor. Israel, you have the floor.
Member States, Excellencies. Israel would like to express its sincere appreciation for the tireless effort of all frontline workers, including medical teams, and to the WHO supporting and coordinating the response to COVID-19 pandemic. We would like to emphasize the imperative role of multilateral and global cooperation in responding to this pandemic, and the importance of access to information as well as provision of meaningful contribution by all stakeholders in addressing this global challenge. Israel was one of the first countries to take steps to prevent the spread of the virus. After the first case was confirmed, Israel issued travel warnings and restrictions and introduced isolation requirements. These early steps proved effective and ensure that the health system would not be overburdened. It also allowed for the launch of basic strategies and Mayfair, including gradual reopening of the educational system and the economy. Recognizing that COVID-19 does not distinguish between people and its public orders, Israel has strengthened its cooperation with the Palestinian Authority in order to mitigate the virus effect and provide the necessary means, guidance, and medical supplies. This fruitful collaboration was reaffirmed and commended by the UN Secretary General as a positive example of fighting the virus together. Excellency, we reflect our commitment to strengthening the cooperation to effectively address the current global challenge. We are confident that global collaboration, the sharing of knowledge and necessary means in the spirit of protecting human life and leaving no one behind is the right path to overcome this crisis successfully. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would invite Georgia to be followed by Barbados and then Turkey. Georgia, you have the floor, please.
Sehr geehrte Frau Präsidentin, sehr geehrte Herren Abgeordnete, sehr geehrte ich möchte mich die Möglichkeit nutzen und mich vor allem für diese große Mühe im Kampf gegen Covid-19 und diese Solidarität bedanken. Ab Januar hat die georgische Regierung strenge Maßnahmen gegen die Verbreitung von Covid-19 durch die Nutzung der Maßnahmen soziale Distanzierung, Mobilisierung medizinischer Behörden und Gründung der Programme effektiver und auf dem Niveau des primären Gesundheitsschutzes eingeleitet. Eine der Hauptfaktoren unserer Erfolgs bestand in raschen Reaktionen und Präventionsmaßnahmen, wobei die zielgemäße Testung, Isolierung sowie Behandlung aller möglichen Fälle im Fokus stand. Die technologischen Mittel ermöglichten uns die Fortführung des Lernprozesses an den Schulen und Hochschulen. Wir unterstützen auch Online-Arbeitsplattformen. Wir gründeten besonderen Applikation Stop Covid zum Schutz der Gesundheit unserer Bürgerinnen und Bürger. 20% unseren
We
Territorium
appear to
besetzt.
have
Daher hatte die zentrale georgische Regierung leider keine vollständige Information über
We do not have any information, any complete information about the situation in Abkhazia and Senkrali. The
Realität. Die zentrale Regierung
we don't have interpretation for the language you're using.
auf dem besetzten Territorium
Can anyone hear the interpretation?
UNO und weiteren internationalen Partnern zu unterstützen. Einheitliche und koordinierte
Coordinated and joint actions of the government and relevant institutions have enabled us to contain the infection and to keep the virus positive cases minimal. The pandemic has shown us once again how important it is to strengthen the capacity of primary healthcare services, to advance regulatory framework for adequate infection control, and to expand our programs for immunization and chronic disease management, to minimize the devastating outcomes of comorbidities.
Minister, we would give the floor to Barbados, and I understand Sri Lanka is back online, so we'll give the floor to Sri Lanka after Barbados. Barbados, you have the floor, please. We don't appear to have Barbados. Could we kindly ask the Minister of Sri Lanka to deliver his statement? Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
At the outset, on behalf of the government of Sri Lanka, let me appreciate the leadership of Dr. Tedros, Director General of WHO, for excellent guidance provided during this challenging time of COVID-19. Excellencies and distinguished delegates, Sri Lanka is one of the few countries in the world with free healthcare and education, both of which have been national priorities of decades. Sri Lanka has established primary healthcare infrastructure. With this infrastructure, we were able to reach many milestones such as universal immunization, exclusive breastfeeding, elimination of children, to mention among many. Sri Lanka scores higher than the East Asia regional average in healthcare, having a high life expectancy, maternal and death rate. Sri Lanka is having one of the earliest healthcare systems and has its own indigenous medicine system. Let me mention the progress we have made in healthcare delivery since the last WHA on selected programs due to time limitation. Our intervention to address non-communicable diseases are continued. The prevention of detection program for NCD is being further strengthened by adding more healthy lifestyles. Currently, we are practicing the traffic light system for sugar, salt, and fat for confectionery. I am honored to talk about malaria in Sri Lanka since the World Health Organization certified Sri Lanka as malaria free. We are continuing to maintain the status of preventing the introduction of malaria. Before concluding, I would like to emphasize about the present pandemic of COVID-19 while giving attention controlling COVID-19. We are determined to provide our continuing care for another disease, ensuring smooth conduct of healthcare services in Sri Lanka. Let me conclude by saying Sri Lanka is committed to share our experience, always from best practices to save lives and finally to control the pandemic together with the global public. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. May we now welcome the Honorable Minister of Turkey. Please, you have the floor. Honorable Minister from Turkey. Okay. We would go to Honorable Minister from Ghana, to be followed by Bangladesh. Ghana, you have the floor. Honorable Minister from Ghana, you have the floor. Right. We would move to Bangladesh, followed by Chile. Honorable Minister from Bangladesh, you have the floor, please. We don't appear to have Bangladesh online. Could we now move to Chile, to be followed by Malaysia? Chile, you have the floor, please.
Estimado señor presidente, doctor general, doctor.
Dear President, Director General, Ministers, the world is going through a difficult times. In this regard, the COVID-19 pandemic is calling upon us to walk the walk and not just talk the talk, given the economic and health impacts which are being felt throughout all countries in the world, particularly affecting the health of elderly people. Chile would therefore like to acknowledge and thank health workers for everything that they are doing, as well as the guidance that the WHO has offered, as well as its coordination on the international level. We would also like to thank the European Union for its effort to build a solution which would identify challenges and also to face COVID-19. Furthermore, we would like to thank Costa Rica for its identification of relevant health technology, its exchange of intellectual property, and all of the resources that it has placed at our disposal to face COVID-19. Chile would like to offer its condolences for those who lost their loved ones and would also like to highlight the importance of international cooperation. We realize how important multilateral is for health in particular. We think that even though this has been a crisis, it is also an opportunity in order to see how our people can better benefit from a robust, strong multilateral system. The efforts of the multilateral system, which were laid down in the Sustainable Development Agenda, must continue to be a roadmap for the countries of the world. And so we would like to call upon everyone to strengthen the multilateral system for our benefit and the benefit of future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. I understand Turkey is now ready to make their statement. Turkey, you have the floor, please.
Honorable Chair, esteemed Director General, distinguished delegates, we have been going through different times in which we are facing the harsh reality of many issues that we have talked about in theory. We have echoed concepts such as universal health coverage and preparedness to health emergencies at World Health Assemblies. The COVID-19 pandemic has put both our national health systems and global health management to a difficult test with regard to these concepts. Regardless of development level, this test has brought to light which country has better infrastructure and how its health system was designed. As policymakers, we should be able to properly analyze the results of this picture and take sound steps. Only then we will be able to contribute to a safer future both nationally and globally. Turkey has been one of the countries which detected cases the most rapidly and took an important step by starting treatment at an early stage centrally. Thus, it is among the best performing countries in terms of mortality rate and burden on the healthcare system. Thanks to the measures taken, Turkey was able to delay the arrival of the virus for 3 months and use this time to prepare its hospitals and healthcare system for the outbreak. Occupancy rate in our hospitals is still below 40% and below 60% in our intensive care units. Turkey is one of the few countries providing all services to its citizens free of charge under universal health coverage. We are always ready to exchange knowledge and experiences. While we mourn for the ones we have lost, I believe that we should not waste this historical opportunity COVID-19 is offering us with conflicts and disagreements. With this in mind, I would like to emphasize that Turkey will be a part of the global solidarity and the global quest to find solutions. I would like to thank you and wish you all a fruitful assembly.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We understand Bangladesh is online. Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Our commitment to stand together in the spirit of global solidarity to defeat COVID-19. Let me express our condolences and sympathy to all the families of the victims of COVID-19. We thank Dr. Tedros and his team for their continued tireless efforts during this global crisis. Mr. President, our government is responding to the pandemic under able leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. We have adopted a whole of the government approach in Bangladesh. We developed a national preparedness and response plan for COVID-19 in line with WHO SPRP. Mr. President, I have 5 points to make today. First, we need new thinking on human well-being, tackling inequality, supporting the poor, and getting our economies back on track. Second, the due assistance should be rendered to low and middle-income countries to fight the pandemic. Third, equitable and affordable access to medicines and vaccines must be ensured once those are available. Fourth, we need to develop innovative and digital health solution to prepare for the future. Finally, we must not forget our commitment to achieve SDGs, including universal health coverage, and to ensure improved nutrition for all. Mr. President, 2020 is a special year to our nation as it marks the birth centenary of our father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. Eradicating COVID-19 could be the best gift to our nation and to the world on this historic occasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I also understand that the Minister of Health for Ghana is now online. We would welcome him and then give the floor to Malaysia. Honorable Minister, you have the floor, please.
As President of the 78th World Health Assembly, the first ever meeting of the Assembly to be held virtually. I also wish to commend the Director General, Dr. Tedros, for his detailed and instructive address on how the WHO is coordinating global response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Ghana's national response is an all-of-government approach based on our universal health coverage roadmap with a well-defined, integrated governance structure chaired by His Excellency, the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Underpinning the COVID-19 response plan are 6-point strategic objectives: limit and stop importation of cases by mandatory quarantine and border control measures, detect and contain cases by identification, testing, and isolation of cases, which will allow for effective containment, slow down community spread by putting social distancing measures in place to slow down spread of virus, care of the sick by preparation to provide health care and appropriate health interventions at all levels, minimize disruption to the social and economic life of Ghanaians, especially the vulnerable, and domestic capacity and self-reliance, increase the domestic capacity of all sectors, deal with existing and future shocks in line with the government's policy of Ghana Beyond Aid. Since Ghana recorded its index case on March 12, a total of 5,638 cases have been confirmed with 1,460 recoveries and 28 deaths as of May 17, 2020. The enhanced testing strategy, currently about 165,000 tests, has proven to be effective. Ghanaian scientists are working to determine the strains circulating in Ghana to inform treatment options. On global response to the pandemic, Ghana affirms the importance of multilateral cooperation and global solidarity. We call for scale-up of research and development for medicines, therapeutics, and vaccines to address supply constraints. We also affirm the central role of WHO in leading and coordinating global response to the pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. May I now invite the Minister of Health for Malaysia, followed by Saudi Arabia and Jordan. Malaysia, you have the floor, please.
Greeting from Malaysia. Firstly, we wish to express our appreciation to WHO for the assistance and response to the COVID-19 pandemic. We acknowledge the fast action in mobilizing funds and linking member states with dialogue session and development partners, in addition to the regular exchange of information virtually amongst member states coordinated by WHO. We are all aware that this COVID-19 pandemic has impacted so many socio-economic sectors across the spectrum. Livelihood of people have been struck hard by this disease. Malaysia agrees that people in vulnerable situations are at risk the highest. The government of Malaysia has prioritized sufficient financing to contain this pandemic and to protect our people. This has been done by mobilizing funds, namely the economic stimulus package, targeted toward these vulnerable households as they have been hit the hardest during this COVID-19 pandemic. We have learned that community engagement assures us that success of our national control measures against COVID-19. The government of Malaysia had implemented a movement control order in mid-March, and this has been scheduled to go on till 9 of June 2020. In embracing the spirit of leaving no one behind in the universal health coverage, we have conducted targeted health screening approach for our migrant population, regardless of citizenship status residing in Malaysia. The government of Malaysia recognized that during this period of social distancing and avoidance of mass gathering, digital connectivity is of paramount importance. We have ensured that our people are well updated daily through strategic risk communication by relaying latest COVID-19 update. As we adjust ourselves to the new normal and social distancing, it is timely to strengthen the regional cooperation that we have as we need to plan ahead for the post-pandemic era. As traders and businesses look forward to reopening their business, we request utmost cooperation from our communities, and this can only be done by educating them with facts and evidence. Malaysia is happy to cooperate in research and development of medicine and vaccine to enhance our capabilities in both prevention and treatment of COVID-19. Malaysia is part of WHO Solidarity Trial and look forward to a promising outcome. Ultimately, we are all fighting against the same enemy, and with unity and good regional cooperation, we will win this. At the end of this holy month, it is finally here to grace us with happiness and prosperities. Hence, Malaysia would like to take this opportunity to wish all our Muslim colleagues and friends Eid Mubarak. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I will now invite the Minister from Saudi Arabia to be followed by Jordan and China. Minister, you have the floor, please.
رئيس منظمة الصحة العالمية.
Madam Chair, Director General, today we meet in unprecedented times. We are all facing a challenging test whereby collective work and solidarity is of paramount importance. It is urgent, it is exceptional, it is unusual. It is our responsibility to protect our peoples through strict measures, and as an international community we have to take immediate and active measures to reduce the loss of life and to contain the catastrophic consequences of this virus on humanity. In Saudi Arabia, at the national level and at the highest level of the leadership, has taken early measures to deal with COVID-19 through measures and steps of greatest importance. This early response had a very important response to the virus, and we were able to contain the consequences on health facilities. Earlier measures were taken through cooperation with the international community while dealing with this new pandemic. We have focused essentially on respecting international health regulations. In the G20 summit, in the virtual summit on March 26th, we pledged to fill in the gaps in dealing with this COVID-19. We have agreed to contribute $500 million to help in the effort to confront COVID-19. And one of the beneficiaries is the World Health Organization. We have allocated $80 million to help with response to the emergency, to develop health systems, and for training. We also allocated money for supporting early warning systems, response to pandemics and epidemics in response to the appeal launched by WHO. The organizing group in dealing with a group of G20 in Saudi, and under the instruction of His Royal or His Majesty the Custodian of the Holy Shrines, we work closely with other players and actors in plugging the gaps when dealing with infectious diseases in the middle and long term. We believe that there is a need to develop vaccines and medicines for emerging diseases, and we feel that there is a shortfall. There are gaps need to be filled, and all these efforts will have important consequences for dealing with the impact of disease, the reduction of economic and social consequences. In conclusion, we would like to cooperate in the future, and we should be able to develop response and preparedness measures. That's the only way we can save lives and save their livelihood. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. I invite Jordan to be followed by China, Lebanon, and Sweden. Jordan, you have the floor, please.
مساء الخير أصحاب المعالي. أنا الدكتور عدنان إسحاق مساعد الأمين العام للرعاية الصحية الأولية. سألقي هذه الكلمة نيابة عن معالي وزير الصحة الدكتور سعد جابر، والذي يبلغكم أشد الاعتذار لعدم تمكنه من الحضور. يأتي انعقاد أعمال هذه الدورة بظروف استثنائية نتيجة انتشار جائحة كورونا في معظم دول العالم، وما خلفته هذه الأزمة من تداعيات سلبية على جميع مناحي الحياة وبخاصة على الاقتصاد العالمي. ونحن في الأردن بعد أن تم تسجيل أول إصابة في كوفيد 19 تاريخ 2 آذار 2020 فقد تم سن قانون الدفاع الوطني بتاريخ 17 آذار وتفعيل حالة الطوارئ لاحتواء تفشي جائحة فيروس كورونا وتبنت الحكومة إجراءات صارمة للتصدي لخطر هذا الفيروس الجديد تمثلت بإغلاق المطارات والمدارس والجامعات
universities.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but it appears we don't have interpretation at the moment. Could we ask you to restart? Apologies for that. We missed out on your statement due to lack of interpretation. Sincere apologies. Please start again if you may.
Okay. وبفضل القيادة الحكيمة لجلالة الملك عبد الله الثاني
Under the wise leadership of His Majesty the King, Jordan had to take difficult decisions in dealing with the virus, especially with the economic consequences which had affected the activity of people, movement, and led to catastrophic results for the tourism sector in Jordan. Jordan is thinking seriously of bringing back the economy into line, what's happening in the rest of the world, and to help resume economic activity while ensuring that health measures are in place and that there is no resurgence in cases. And also we want to make sure that the economy, there is distortion, we envisage also dealing with border crossings and quarantine measures, and to ensure that those who catch the virus are properly treated and handled by specialized hospitals. Thank you. The interpretation apologizes. There was constant distortion.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I would invite China to be followed by Lebanon. China, you have the floor.
Ministers, delegates, we would like to thank the DG's report. I would like to express my deep condolences to those who lost their lives from COVID-19 and pay tribute to the healthcare workers who are fighting on the front line. The Chinese government has long put people's life and health in the first place. President Xi Jinping personally commanded, led, and deployed the work. China insists on early detection, reporting, isolation, and treatment, while gathering patients and pooling experts' resources and treatment measures with great efforts and sacrifices. So far, the local spread of the diseases in China has been basically curbed. The COVID-19 is the common enemy of mankind. China has been working with the international community in a timely, open, transparent, and responsible manner, including informing them of the outbreak and sharing the whole genome sequence, as well as primers and probes. Bearing in mind the precious support of the international community, we have provided medical supplies, technical support, assistance to countries in need within our capacity. China will actively participate in WHO's efforts. Dear ministers, interests of all countries are closely linked and the destiny of mankind is shared. I call on all parties to unite and support the leadership of WHO and resolutely oppose rumors, stigmatization, and discrimination. We work together to definitely overcome the outbreak and make progress towards achieving health-related SDGs. Thank you.
Give the floor to Germany, and then we'll go to Lebanon. Germany, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Director General Dr. Tedros, ladies and gentlemen. COVID-19 is the biggest challenge of our time. Many consequences are still unclear. including adverse long-term effects such as inadequate care to combat other diseases, negative effects on vaccination programs, or economic consequences that affect the financing of health systems. Vaccination and medication has to become available to all mankind. Future vaccines against COVID should be seen as a global public good. I expect WHO to ensure a proper implementation of the equitable access principle. Global health security has already improved a lot through the Contingency Fund and the WHO's Health Emergency Program, to which Germany will double its contribution to €50 million. But further strengthening and reform is needed. WHO should be a place for all relevant players who are able to contribute experiences in successfully fighting COVID-19. WHO must become more independent from external interference. WHO needs a substantial increase of assessed contributions for a sustainable financing of its emergency program. Important questions remain. How can we incentivize states to comply with their international health regulation obligations, including reporting outbreaks? Multinational experts need to be able to carry out independent investigations into outbreaks as quickly as possible. After the pandemic, we need to make sure that the world is best prepared to respond to future pandemics. The world needs an extensive lesson learned process. This also implies the world-leading health organization. We need to further strengthen WHO's leading and coordinating role. Therefore, as a joint initiative with France and other European countries, we will pool our global health expertise to provide guidance to WHO for the needed review of the global health security structures, including the WHO Emergency Program and the International Health Regulation. The COVID-19 response will be the key health theme for the German EU presidency starting in July. The EU has to play a crucial role in reforming the global health security landscape. Germany fully supports WHO. It is my pleasure to announce a total amount of €176 million for WHO's programmatic work, the response plan, and efforts to develop and equitable distribute of a COVID vaccine. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We will move to Lebanon, followed by Sweden, and then I'll yield the floor to the President of the Assembly. Lebanon, you have the floor, please.
Madam Chair, Director General, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to speak to you in this pre-recorded message on the most important issue that is facing us, where solidarity, human cooperation is paramount if we were to save mankind. I would like to start by thanking WHO for the efforts in dealing with this pandemic. In spite of the economic crisis we are facing in our country, we have worked in accordance with the advice given by WHO, and we were able to contain this pandemic and to flatten out the trajectory of infections. We're able to determine the source of several cases, and in spite of the low cases of deaths, 26, this gives our success a sour taste. We continue to control all arrivals into the country, and we take necessary measures to quarantine them if need be. We have raised the level of tests to 200 per day, from 200 to 2,000. We also call for greater solidarity in this area and with share of the burden of the pandemic. We would like to thank WHO for their support in kind and in advice, and we'd like to thank you for your attentive listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We will now give the floor to the Minister from Sweden, and then we'll pass the floor to the President of the Assembly. Sweden, you have the floor.
Director General, Excellencies, Sweden aligns itself with the statement made on behalf of the EU and its member states. I want to express Sweden's strong support and appreciation for WHO's crucial role and irreplaceable leadership in this pandemic. Now, maybe more than ever, is the time to strengthen our international cooperation and show global solidarity. Sweden strongly supports the COVID-19 resolution, which aims to ensure equitable and timely access to quality, safe and affordable vaccine. Until we have a vaccine in place, the most important thing we can do is staying safe and healthy. In doing so, we need to ensure everyone's access to uninterrupted, affordable, essential health services, including sexual and reproductive health and rights, as well as mental health services. Vulnerable groups tend to suffer the most in crisis and the aftermath. The importance of achieving universal health coverage cannot be stressed enough. In its response to COVID-19, Sweden has benefited from having a universal welfare state, which includes a healthcare system and a social protection system that is needs-based and accessible for all. We have not yet seen the full effects of COVID-19 in Sweden or globally. This pandemic has once again reminded us on the importance of investing in resilient health systems and emergency preparedness. We should always invest in humans by investing in their health. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Ministers, we would take some interventions from the President of the Assembly, and then we'll come back to the list of speakers. Thank you very much.
Honorable delegates, I wish to seek your indulgence to make an adjustment to our speaking arrangements. Conscious that our session is moving forward with steady momentum now, and having given regard to the advice of our technical support team, I would like to suggest that we continue in session under this agenda item, but I would also note that perhaps we take a short break at 1800 for about 15 minutes. I note that some member states have indicated a strong preference for certain speaking times, and the Secretariat will do their best to accommodate these requests. However, notwithstanding this, I think there is merit in continuing to make good progress on this agenda item with a view to concluding it this evening, including moving to adopt the associated resolution. And in that regard, delegations wishing to be added as a co-sponsor of the draft resolution on COVID-19, you may send an email to co-sponsorship@who.int. Let me repeat that, please. co-sponsorship@who.int. You should do that before 20 Central European Time. That's 20 Central European Time. Now, I thought I should address delegates on a matter of rights of reply. I recognize that a delegation would like to exercise a right of reply. So, in accordance with Rule 57 of our Rules of Procedure and as agreed in the special procedures, I will invite those delegations that request to exercise the right of reply to please do so at the end of this virtual meeting. I'll repeat it, please, at the end of this virtual meeting. I thought I should also make an intervention here. May I kindly request that in delivering a right of reply, delegations be as brief as possible, taking into account that at this meeting, interventions themselves are limited to 2 minutes. If delegations could kindly interpret the word brief
launch of the access to COVID-19 tools accelerate. The international community should concentrate its political will to ensure that the efforts led by WHO to develop a vaccine and the treatment are translated into an adequate level of supply for everyone at a reasonable price. In addition, I would like to acknowledge with pleasure that Korea participated and made a pledge in the Coronavirus Global Response International Pledging Conference led by the European Commission. Although COVID-19 may have widened our physical distance, I'm sure it has brought us together closer than ever in the fight against this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Korea. I will now invite the Minister of Nigeria to take the floor. Honorable Minister, you have the floor. Okay. We don't seem to have the Honorable Minister online. It's okay? Okay, thank you. Give the Minister a few more seconds.
Madam Secretary General, Madam President, Director General of the World, I bring greetings from the government and people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I congratulate you, Madam President, and other officials on your elections to chair the 73rd session of the World Health Assembly. I recognize the achievements of the World Health Organization under the able leadership of Director General Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus and his agenda in the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. Nigeria noted the escalating devastation wreaked on nations of the world since January 2020, the shocking loss of lives and damage to economies and livelihoods, even in countries with staunch health systems. We empathize with all families who lost loved ones in the pandemic. Well before the first case was imported into our country, we put up resources at our disposal for a robust preparedness and response plan. Early screening with thermal cameras and collection of health and travel history information from arriving passengers at all points of entry and strengthening infection prevention and control measures let us buy time to address health system gaps with the help of WHO partners and donors. Our first COVID-19 traveler had news on the 27th of February 2020, 2 days after arrival by air. From testing, identified him and the one contact out of 179 traced who was positive. Subsequent virus reports and the dramatic global spread underpin the extent to which all nations are connected. Our government set up a task force on COVID-19 in March to coordinate the multilateral efforts to contain spread and mitigate impact on citizens' lives. The task force provides policy direction, sets priorities, and mobilizes resources to support and coordinate the national emergency operation. A 5-week lockdown was executed in 4 high-burden states of Nigeria, which were the air gateways to the COVID-19 imported. The lockdown has been relaxed to allow essential activities, but all land, air, and sea borders have been sealed, and only all but emergency and essential services. Nigeria is scaling up testing, surveillance, risk communication, isolation, and case management capacity. We also increased healthcare training to curtail the infection in the line of duty. Non-pharmaceutical measures taken to reduce risk of transmission include closure of domestic air and rail passengers, prohibition of non-essential interstate road travel, and a nationwide lockdown curfew. Persons arriving in Nigeria undergo supervised mandatory 14-day quarantine. The use of cloth masks is mandatory for all persons when outside their homes, so as to leave medical grade masks to frontline health workers. Personal protective equipment, diagnostic and medical devices, and kits have been supplied to healthcare facilities. Nigeria appreciates healthcare workers and has assured them hazard of bonuses and insurance. The COVID-19 pandemic has elicited new levels of collaboration between private and public sectors and among nations and agencies, which will hopefully help to develop and transform health sectors around the world and bring together players in industry, banking, business, and philanthropy. Nigeria is participating in and supporting the World Health Organization-led Solidarity Drug Trials and other research initiatives aimed at finding vaccines and developing treatment options. A National Economic Development Committee was set up to develop a comprehensive response to socio-economic disruptions and dislocation caused by COVID-19 and chart a way into the post-COVID-19 era. In this regard, Nigeria is already studying options to rebuild its health using all lessons learned. A state-sponsored stimulus package is to help micro business and small business enterprises to recover, and social palliative put up to palliate.
Sorry, it appears we've lost feed from Nigeria. We will proceed then to Montenegro, followed by Italy. Before we do, I'm instructed by the President to convey to honorable ministers to seek your kind indulgence to be as succinct as you possibly can. We understand that you do want to convey a lot of the things that you are doing in your country, but the President would like us to accommodate all the speakers that are on our list. So we will seek your kind indulgence, honorable ministers. Montenegro, you have the floor, followed by Italy. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable of the World Health Assembly, Director General, yes, I would like personally continue support you provide countries such as Montenegro, especially for the support in these difficult to fighting COVID-19. Montenegro, its highest appreciation for your comprehensive report and for the WHO comprehensive response to the COVID-19 pandemic. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the 9 member states of the SEE Health Network who have associated themselves with this statement. Montenegro is currently holding the presidency within the Southeast European Health Network. We are all facing the new reality more than ever. The importance of partnership and solidarity is emphasized, and these are the principles that are embedded in the SEE Health Network founding document and our memorandum of cooperation. The COVID-19 pandemic has hit hard on the middle-income countries, revealing an essential value of health as an investment, not as an expenditure. Now, more than ever, the investment in the health system are crucial to be kept high on the political agenda and drive the good health and well-being of our populations. The Ministry of Health has been constantly working to improve our health system, even before the emergence of the new coronavirus in Europe. Thus, in cooperation with the World Health Organization and the European Commission, before the conference of the new coronavirus, we were working on the improvement of our national health system, and some of the activities included the following. In 2019, WHO mission for evaluation of the implementation of the international health regulation in Montenegro rated the health systems with the best marks. In January 2020, the improvement of laboratory capacity for self-diagnosis of the new strain of coronavirus was initiated. In cooperation with the World Health Organization, to which I also wish to thank for this fund help, especially to Dr. Kluge, the first mission of the World Health Organization was started with the aim of assessing national capabilities for readiness and response to the COVID-19 pandemic. In total, 3 expert studies were conducted by the WHO. WHO experts estimated that the Montenegrin health system was ready to respond to the challenge. Following the recommendation of the WHO, we are one of the few countries introducing measures to prevent the import of a new coronavirus before the first case of the infection, resulting in Montenegro being among the last countries to import this virus, of which we are extremely proud. On March 17, Montenegro confirmed the first 2 cases of the new coronavirus infection. Quarantine temporary hospitals were formed based on the scenarios. We have succeeded in drawing an epidemic curve so as not to put the strain on the health system. I consider very important that our response to COVID-19 was particularly supported by well-prepared and implemented communication strategy. Since the beginning of January, the health system has been informing the citizens in a timely manner about the risk and prepared the public for the upcoming epidemic. According to the latest survey, 95% of Montenegrin citizens believe that they are well informed about the new coronavirus. The new coronavirus has so far been confirmed in 324 people in Montenegro. In our country, 9 deaths with COVID-19 infection have been reported, with over 7,000 people tested, and the number of recovered patients amounts to 312, with 3 infected at the moment. Montenegro is at the top when it comes to the number of tested people in the region. As we can see, there is a curve that will case lead to relaxation. It gives us the right to say that we are doing a good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The last country on my list before we take the break, as advised by the President, is Italy. Italy, you have the floor. Italy, you have the floor, please. We don't seem to have Italy on the line. Madam President, we would have to suspend for 15 minutes that you'd advise. When we come back, may I kindly read out the first 10 speakers so that they can get themselves ready. We would have Italy, if they do come back, Myanmar, Russian Federation, Laos, Bahrain, Kyrgyzstan, Azerbaijan, the Syrian Arab Republic, Uganda, Mozambique. These are the 10 countries that we speak when we do convene. Thank you very much, Madam President.